Okay, I've called the order to call to order this meeting at 9:01. Let us take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could stand, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands. Okay, in compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meeting according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from a vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If their member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of the meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button at the top of them. Okay, at this point, we do not have a quorum, so we will get back to the minutes of the meeting when the quorum arrives. Okay, we're gonna public comments on the agenda. Has anyone signed in to speak today?
No.
There being none, we will move to the next agenda item. Is there an executive director's report?
No.
Yeah, one item.
Oh, one item, yes.
There's one item related to TLCI applications being open, and I'm going to let Ed May, Director of Programming, cover that.
Thank you. Yes, today we are opening up the application round for the TLCI applications for fiscal year 2026. The TLCI helps communities study and implement projects to strengthen livability, and we have a budget of $1.5 million for implementation projects and another $500,000 budget for planning studies. There will be an applicant webinar held on September 3rd for which you need to register. So, and also if you want to do so, you can visit noaca.org/TLCI. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there are no action items for today's meeting. So the presentation and discussion items, second quarter state fiscal year 2026 project planning reviews, public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park. Presenter is going to be Ed May.
Thank you. I am presenting the project planning reviews for the second quarter of state fiscal year 2026. No action is being requested. This is being presented to the advisory councils for your information and input. There's been no previous action regarding this item. For those who may not know, the purpose of NOACA's project planning review is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals and to make sure the project is consistent with NOACA planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements with respect to eligibility, requirements placed on it by FHWA, FTA, and ODOT. The proposed project is being processed in accordance with our project planning review process. This involves 4 levels of review. The project has been reviewed by the staff to date and is being presented today to these advisory councils. They will be presented to the subcommittees, the committees, and then circulated for intergovernmental review and consultation to potentially impacted or affected communities, interested agencies, and so forth for their comment. And it's posted on the website for public review and comment. Hopefully this slide can help illustrate what our process is. Project planning review evaluates a proposed project in its early planning stages and assesses how it aligns with the plan. Project review is used by the staff and committees to evaluate these projects and identify any issues or conditions that should be addressed prior to its amendment to the plan. The action taken at project planning review is acknowledging that the project has completed project review. That is, the project has fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with NOACA planning requirements. This enables the project to be amended to the plan as conditions of approval, if any, have been addressed by the project sponsor and evidence of such has been provided. And ultimately, the project advances to the Transportation Improvement Program with committed resources for implementation. So we have one project review summary covering public infrastructure project improvements in the city of Brook Park. The project is included in your materials on pages 8 through 11 with some illustrations on pages 12 and 13. I'll try to go through this quickly. So this slide lists the project. It's sponsored by the city of Brook Park. The project involves proposed modifications and improvements to roadway infrastructure in the city of Brook Park. And this would be to support a development area site in the city of Brook Park, about a half a mile east of Cleveland Hopkins International Airport and directly west of the I-71 Snow Road interchange. The estimated total cost of the project is $82.2 million. This includes $4.8 million for preliminary development, $6.5 million for detailed design, and then about $550,000 for right-of-way, all of which would be locally funded. There's also a construction phase in the amount of $70.3 million for which the city has applied to the Transportation Review Advisory Council for funding. Now, within the project area is a 175-acre former Ford plant site that is proposed location of a Cleveland Browns stadium and a multi-use development. The site, if you can tell here, is bounded by Snow Road, a combination of frontage roads from the southwest to the north, 5 Points Road, Engle Road, Henry Board Boulevard, and State Route 237. I don't know if you can see this real well, but the proposed improvements are broken down into what the city is referring to as buildable units, and there are 6 buildable units, and this illustration is also included in your materials on page 12. The transportation infrastructure buildable units are the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements, the I-71 southbound exit ramp improvements, Snow Road, Ring Road connector, realigning State Route 291 or Engle Road, and then Ring Road improvements, and then finally a pedestrian facility and bridge. The next 6 slides will elaborate on each of these buildable units. So this first slide contains the buildable unit number 1. And this involves the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements. According to the sponsor, it's expected that event traffic would lead to traffic congestion in the I-71 northbound direction, which could also impact airport traffic using Snow Road. So in order to mitigate the congestion, the sponsor proposes an additional left turn lane be added to the I-71 northbound exit ramp to Snow Road, and that the widening be done on the west side of that existing ramp so as to avoid impacts to residential properties in the east side of the exit ramp. The sponsor is also proposing minor modifications to the northbound Cloverleaf entrance ramp. That's the one encircling that number 1 there. That'll be required in order to allow for the widening of the northbound exit ramp. So the estimated cost of this buildable unit is $1.2 million. The next slide here shows unit number 2. This involves the I-71 southbound exit ramp improvements, and this includes proposed improvements to the I-71 southbound exit ramp going to Snow Road, westbound, a slip ramp from I-71 southbound to Engle Road, and this will eliminate the planned elimination of the northbound movement, so you won't be able to turn right when you come off of those over the CSX railroad tracks. The current ramp allows you for both northbound and southbound travel, but this will limit it to just southbound travel on Engle Road. Then there's a slip ramp from, or the addition of a slip ramp from Engle Road to southbound, and then the addition of an I-71 southbound ramp flyover bridge to Ring Road. And that's that, you can see that going over the, it'll be an elevated bridge spanning Engle Road and CSX Railroad. This is a 5-span curved steel plate girder bridge. It'd be approximately 600 feet long and would carry 2 lanes of I-71 southbound traffic to Ring Road. And there will be approach embankments, will be supported by mechanically stabilized earth walls at each end. Now, the estimated cost of this unit is $21.8 million. Next, we have the buildable unit number 3, and this involves the Snow Road Ring Road connector, and referring you to that upper image. The unit would provide access for all Snow Road traffic to Engle Road, which currently doesn't exist. This will include a new intersection installed at the first span of the existing Snow Road Bridge, and modifications to the existing Snow Road Bridge, which will include the elimination of the first 2 bridge spans. There's an image in there in the middle there, with a new abutment constructed for the east of Bend 2. There'll be retaining walls to support the north and south lanes of the Snow Road Ring Road intersection. So you can see there by the number 3 on the right there. And then 5 Points Road will be relocated by removing the one-way section along the site perimeter. The section south of Snow Road will have a cul-de-sac and a new intersection with Snow Road. So this unit also includes roadway improvements to Snow Road in that lower image from 237 to the Snow Road Bridge. This unit's estimated cost is $9.9 million. So our next unit here is involving the realignment of approximately 1,300 feet of Engle Road. Now going from the bottom to the top, this would start just south of Snow Road, continue on under the Snow Road Bridge and the proposed I-71 southbound exit ramp flyover bridge, and then end at Ring Road. According to the sponsor, alternative alignments are currently being evaluated to possibly avoid the need for permanent right-of-way acquisition. Also, the required number of lanes will be determined based on the results of the ongoing traffic study. The sponsor reports that a crash analysis along Engle Road within the project limits revealed 24 crashes over a 3-year period from 2022 to 2024. 16 of those crashes involved angle or sideswipe collisions. So this crash pattern highlights a safety concern that the proposed realignment seeks to address by eliminating the confusing configuration of one-way roadways in the area. So the estimated cost of this unit is $1.8 million. The next unit is number 5 and involves about 5,300 feet of roadway improvements. This is intended to create a ring around the stadium and the development site. This would begin about 2,200 feet south of Brook Park Road, and a 5-lane section that will involve reconstruction of Engle Road, State Route 291, and Henry Ford Boulevard, and include pavement replacement as well as curb and sidewalk on both sides of the roadway. Now, south of Hummel Road, the roadway will widen from 6 to 7 lanes, intersecting with the realigned Engle Road, the lanes from the Snow Road to Engle Road connector, and the new new 71 southbound flyover ramp. The portion of the roadway from this intersection to the connector is considered Ring Road, and that's during this preliminary development design phase. The sponsor reports that the number of lanes needed along Ring Road will be confirmed through the traffic study currently underway. So the estimated cost of the buildable unit provided by the sponsor is $14.6 million. The next slide shows unit number 6, and this involves a pedestrian facility and bridge. According to the sponsor, it's anticipated that all off-site parking will be northeast of this project site. Along Engle Road, West 164th Street, and Brook Park Road. As such, the sponsor proposes a pedestrian facility and bridge in order to provide safe access for pedestrians utilizing off-site parking rather. The location of the pedestrian bridge is being investigated. At this point, the preferred option represented in that light purple line would be to construct a pedestrian walkway extending from West 164th Street, running parallel to I-71 on the east side, south to Hummel Road, along the south side of Hummel Road, and then with a pedestrian bridge over Engel Road to the development site. So those are the 6 buildable units. The estimated cost of this unit is $14.9 million. So the next several slides I'm going to show you contain comments that have been made by the staff to date. These recommendations and information comments, and recommendations are comments which the staff advises the sponsor consider incorporating into the project design. These reflect our planning process that the NOACA and the sponsor and ODOT can refer to during the development. So the first one, with respect to this project, staff noted that off-site parking for the development is a question. The development is estimated to provide approximately 12,000 to 13,000 spaces on-site. All off-site parking will be northeast of the project site along Engel Road, West 164th Street, and Brook Park Road. But at this time, it's not clear where necessary off-site parking along these roadways will be located and available. So staff is recommending a study on where these vehicles will park on event days and how many users are estimated to travel by transit or rideshare services. This is in order to understand the impacts to traffic in the surrounding area. Another recommendation shown here is a multi-jurisdictional approach is preferred to address development impacts on transportation infrastructure. Consideration should be given to a more inclusive project submission that reflects traffic impacts on other communities, particularly those adjoining communities. Some more comments here. Aside from referencing the proximity of the GCRTA Brook Park Red Line Station, which is located roughly a mile away from the walking distance from the proposed development, the project lacks a major transit component. So with the concern about available parking off-site, it would be beneficial to have dedicated transit serving the site. One option could be constructing a new Red Line rail station at the site to take visitors directly to and from the development, which was, I think, was a consideration in some of the earlier renderings. A less costly, but also less impactful option would be to have frequent shuttles bring transit visitors to and from the Brook Park Station. Both options would encourage transit usage, reduce congestion, and decrease the need for additional parking in the surrounding area, with the on-site rail station having the largest regional impact. There's no information regarding accessibility features of the pedestrian facilities, particularly the bridge. So in order to evaluate the full impact on pedestrian site access, it's important to understand how accessibility will be addressed. It's recommended to provide more detail in this area. Also, a comprehensive traffic study needs to be completed. Staff are unable to provide a thorough analysis until a review of the traffic impacts. This is a critical component to the project, as there are many unanswered questions at this point related to interaction between the stadium, particularly on event or game days, and the airport, which is the largest in Ohio. The materials provided do refer to a traffic study as underway and ongoing. We understand that one is forthcoming. We believed it was to be in mid-August. Now I think it's around mid-September, but we'll keep you apprised of that. So then these are information comments, which are project information that will be shared with the committees and board of directors, helps assist in their understanding of the project and potential effect on the region. There are 3 information comments offered on this slide. This project is located within the Big Creek watershed, and aquatic life uses are impaired due to flow regime modifications, habitat alterations, organic enrichment, and urban stormwater pollutants. This watershed is also impaired for recreation contact due to E. coli. The next comment is that while construction of the proposed project may cause temporary fluctuations in air quality, The project intends to limit traffic congestion, which should improve overall air quality. Also, the project will simplify the roadway network at Snow Road, Engle Road, and 5 Points Road, making it easier to travel. Right now, the existing configuration can be confusing to navigate with many one-way road segments and turnarounds. The proposal does add signalized intersections and eliminates those one-way segments. So this should result in a more traditional road network and likely make it a safer network to travel for vehicular traffic. So the information comments offered on this slide pretty much are that the cost estimates are preliminary. The opinion of probable cost is for all 6 buildable units, and as is the schedule for all buildable units. Right now, we understand that the target years are fiscal year 2027 through 2029. And the proposed infrastructure improvements will require coordination with roadway and bridge projects planned for those years, state fiscal years 2027 and 2028. So this is to date. I want to emphasize that. NOACA staff will forward any comments from the councils to the project sponsor, and then this project will be presented to the Transportation Subcommittee, the Planning and Programming Committee, the Executive Committee for additional review and comment. And pending board approval, the project sponsor would be notified that their project has completed project review, and NOACA staff would then work with the project sponsor to address any planning issues that have been identified during the process. So that is my presentation. I would like to make you aware that there are representatives from the city here, as well as from the consultant. If there are any questions.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Orcutt would like to speak at this point, if you could step to the podium.
Good morning, Council. Mayor Edward Orcutt, 6161 Angle Road, Brook Park, Ohio. The one issue that I'd like to be able to talk about is off-site parking. The city of Brook Park has already been working with business owners along Brook Park Road and the industrial parkways that we have that run vertical north and south off of Brook Park Road. We look to rezone, amend our 2 zones, areas U5 and U7. We look to amend those zoning laws to be able to make sure that we have entertainment parking available to our business owners so that they can have ancillary business. It may be a machine shop that Monday through Friday, they have their workers there, but on the weekends when we have an event, we would like them to have the ability to be able to also have event parking at their facilities as well. Furthermore, for traffic control, we started over the last couple of years investing hundreds of thousands of dollars within the city to be able to help control traffic. Last year alone, we spent over $600,000 on cameras. Our vision is that we will have hundreds of cameras throughout Brook Park. We will have a command center through our police department. We are going to create a traffic division that will be able to be monitored remotely, and that way we'll be able to move traffic thoroughly throughout our city. And with that, I'm open for any questions that you may have for me today.
Any questions or comments?
Also with us today, we do have the Osborne Consulting Team, and we have the Haslam Sports Group as well, if there's any questions for them as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, Ben?
I'll just make a generic comment, not necessarily tied to this project, but often in the transit world, there's an if you build it, they will come mindset where transit will just sort of appear overnight at their own expense. And I just want to make sure that I'm not saying that's happening in this project. I'm not alleging that that is the case, but I think it's important to remember that, transit systems have ongoing expenses when they have to move things and change things. And that as part of this project, hopefully that gets evaluated and reviewed. And it isn't just an assumption that, RTA will appear overnight to solve problems. And they're not here to comment, so I'm not speaking on their behalf, and I'm not, again, not commenting that is the case. That is a very common situation in the transit world that I just wanted to make sure was on the record.
Thank you. Any others? Seeing none? Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ed. We'll move on to the NOACA Household Travel Survey Analysis for Modeling and Planning. The presenter is Hanel.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here to present NOACA Household Trial Survey Analysis for Modeling and Planning. No action is requested, and this item is for information and discussion. For previous action, the final survey results were presented to the board at their meeting on June 13. The analyzed household trial survey results will be used to update the socioeconomic parameters in the NOACA travel forecasting model, also to use as the model's calibration and validation step, and assist with the planning activities. This would help ensure our model and planning efforts reflect the current travel behavior. So a little background, a total of 8,109 household surveys were validated and retrieved, which represents approximately 934,000 households across the region, including portions of Summit and Portage counties. And out of these, 888,000 households are located in the NOACA region. For population, the total population represented is roughly 2.12 million people across the region, with approximately 2.02 million people residing in the NOACA region. This table provides a county-wise breakdown of households, survey responses, and survey retrieval rates by county. The survey closely matches the household distribution, showing the balanced sample. For example, Cuyahoga County, having the largest number of households, also contributed the majority of the survey. Overall, these percentages shows that the survey results fairly represents the household across the NOACA region. Some key demographic distributions. So this chart compares household size distribution between 2023 ACS and our household travel survey. As shown, the percentages for all household size are nearly identical. Both 1% and 2% households makes up the largest share in both the data sets, and the average household size is 2.2. This chart compares the vehicle ownership between ACS and HHTS data, which is household trial survey. Households with 1 or 2 vehicles make up the majority of the portion in both the data sets. For example, 1 vehicle households makes 36% in the ACS and 38% in the HTS, while 2% households are 37 in ACS and 39 in HTS. And the average number of vehicles per household is 1.9 vehicles. This chart compares the number of workers per household in the ACS and HTS data. The distribution are very close. For example, 1 worker households are 38 in both the data set, and 0 worker households are 30% in both the data set. Even two workers households shows just 1% of difference, and the average number of workers per household is 1.1. Few key travel behavior characteristics, starting with the trip rates. Here we are comparing the trip rates from 2 sources, which is Household Travel Survey and 2024 NOACA Travel Forecasting Model. The Household Travel Survey shows that on average, each household makes about 6.82 trips per day. And the forecasting model estimates this slightly lower, which is 6.55 trips per household. And when looking at the trips per person, the survey data shows 3.19 trips, while the model predicts 2.89. We'll adjust the model parameters value based on the HHTS results further on. This slide presents the distribution of daily trips across different times of the day. From 6 to 9 a.m., 16% of the trips are reflected, which is mostly morning commutes, but lower share due to flexible or remote work. From 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., it's 37%, which includes midday movements for errands, appointments, or part-time work. From 3 to 7 p.m., it's 34%, which is the busy period with school pickups, return commute from work, or evening outings. And 7 p.m. to 3 a.m., it's 12%. This is often due to social events, late shift workers, or leisure activities. And from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., it's very low, which is 1.4%, mostly reflecting the early workers and, early workers. This chart illustrates the modes of transport used for daily trips. For it's 67.9% uses a car as a driver, the most common mode. It's 22.4% use shared rides with two people. Public transit is relatively low, around 3.4%. And walking and biking together makes up about 5.2%. And other modes are very minimal. The chart displays here the difference of means of transportation people used to commute to work. The green bar represents the average value calculated for the HHTS and ACS data. The calculated averages will be used as an input for the model calibration to ensure the forecasting model accurately reflects the observed commuting behavior. And a little note that telecommuting is not included in the commute mode percentages. Okay, and the drive alone is the dominant commuting mode with averaging about 72%. Oops, sorry. Yeah, averaging about 72%, showing the strong dependence on personal vehicles. The share rides for 2 or more people makes up a smaller share, which is around 6.5 people, indicating some people use of carpooling to reduce traffic. Walking and biking together account for a modest portion, which is roughly 3%, reflecting limited but important active transportation options. And the public transit represents a small share, which is about 1.5%. For telecommuting, the telecommuting percentage from the survey is 18.9%, and the ACS data, it is 13.3%, as you can see in the chart. The average of these two values is 16%, which will be used as the input value in the model, which is the orange bar that you can see on the right. And the current telecommute percentage in the model is 16% as well, which means the survey data closely matches what the model is using currently. Next, we have analyzed the trips, dividing them into home-based and non-home-based categories. The home-based category trips are that starts and ends at home. So this includes both initial trip from home and the return trip back home. These trips are grouped into 4 main types, which is work, shopping, social, and recreational, which includes entertainment, dining out, visiting to friends and relatives. And the 4th category is others, which covers trips like school, volunteer work, healthcare visits, personal business, etc. Next, we analyze them trip dividing. So this chart shows the distribution of home-based trips by purpose. The largest category is home-based others at 28.1%, indicating that the trips such as school, volunteer, personal business make up the biggest share. Next is work-related home-based trips account for 15.5% of the total, and shopping trips are close behind at 13.9%, which shows that significant portion of travel is for shopping needs. Next, we have analyzed trip, dividing them into home-based and non-home-based categories, which is home-based trips that starts or ends, that doesn't start or doesn't end at home. And the work category includes the trips that ends at work, such as going from office to meeting and coming back to work. And the other category covers the trips between the various non-home locations, which includes activities like banking, visiting friends, attending schools, etc. This chart shows the breakdown of non-home-based trips into categories, which is non-home-based work trips account for 6.7%, and non-home-based other trips makes up the larger share at the 25.7%, covering a wide range of activities between non-home locations. Together, the home-based and non-home-based trips makes up to 100%. This survey received the funding of over 1.75 million from couple sources, and the survey results will support the calibration and validation of NOACA travel forecasting model, as well as the various other planning activities we do here at NOACA. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? No, thank you. All right, next one is Government Affairs, CY 2026 Legislative Agenda. Presenter is Bev.
Good morning to the chair and members of the council. Bev Bertzloff, I'm Associate Director for Government Affairs. And I'm going to talk a little bit about our legislative agenda, current and potential revisions going into 2026, and seeking input from this council. So this is fairly informal. Feel free to interrupt, or we can just discuss after the presentation, either way. There's no action requested. This is for presentation and discussion. So just for some background, NOACA, the board updates the legislative agenda each December for the upcoming calendar year. So this document guides NOACA's government affairs work at the federal and state levels. So there's a section on federal, section on state, and it's really the basis for all of our government affairs work and for specific policy and funding goals that we set throughout the year. So I'll start with the state priorities and go through those briefly. Most of the work at the state level is kind of behind us right now since we got our transportation budget passed down in the state legislature in Columbus, but we'll talk about it briefly anyway. So this is what we have now in our legislative agenda. For state priorities, there are 3 priorities state, 3 priorities federal. So on the state side, number 1, improve the region's rate of return from state allocated funds to meet regional asset management needs. We have long documented that the funding formulas do not treat our region equitably, fairly, that our region pays more state gas tax dollars into the pot than we get back as a region. We have repeatedly tried to redress that situation, but it continues at this point. We do also support formation of new programs or supplementing existing programs that contribute funding to local and regional planning priorities, such as asset management programs, and that would help create a more equitable rate of return for our region. And I know the legislative agenda was included in all of your packets. So if you have it, they're great. If anyone needs a copy, I have some extra printed copies because I know the print's a little bit small on the screen there. Our second state priority is to advocate for the inclusion of multimodal transportation within state programs and funding. So right there in the title, multimodal, there's a lot of emphasis in this priority. Number 2, related to transit. If you look at the fine print there, we advocate that the Ohio General Assembly provides sufficient funding for both capital and operating costs to support the development and preservation of non-automobile transportation, particularly public transit, which should be funded in a manner that reflects and enhances local and regional investments. That last part, that was just added to last year's agenda. And, you know, we've talked a lot about how sometimes when the state wants to distribute funding, they don't recognize that places like Cuyahoga County are taxing themselves. So we feel like that should be taken into account when funding is distributed, that we should be rewarded for that, for making that local contribution. This goes on to say, NOACA continues to support the recommendations of ODOT's 2015 Transit Needs Study, that's 10 years old now, which proposed bringing Ohio's public transportation network to a state of good repair and doubling statewide investment in public transit, with the state of Ohio investing in the operating and capital costs of needed service. In fact, NOACA supports the creation of a dedicated long-term source of transit funding. And that last line was just added to last year as well. So we have made some updates as we've, each year to this agenda. But again, we're looking for any suggestions or recommendations because the board will be considering next year's agenda this fall. The third state priority, which really completely, everything about this priority really speaks to transit, which is advocate for state transportation programs, policies, and funding that will improve transportation safety, air and water quality, climate pollution reduction and resilience, and economic development opportunities. So that's what we have on the state side. I'll just recap briefly on, again, the state of Ohio recently enacted its biennial transportation budget that has to, by law, has to be finalized by the end of March. The governor signed it into law. We testified several times supporting increased transit funding according to the Ohio Transit Needs Funding, which would have had us spending $185 million a year by this year, by 2025. That did not happen. We supported long-term dedicated source of transit funding, reflecting local investment, and as you know, that was not part of our budget either. We were pleased, we supported the funding for the Ohio Workforce Mobility Partnership Program, and that was included again in this year's budget. So, you know, Ohio continues to lag in transit funding considerably behind other states and many of our neighboring states. Policy Matters Ohio, in February of 25, as we were going into this budget process, they, you know, compared Ohio to the rest of the country, compared to the national median per capita transit spending of $6.29, the state of Ohio invests less than half of that, $2.57 per person. And we continue to rank low, I believe in the bottom 10 for our share of state funding per capita for statewide transit funding. So there's still a lot of room for improvement. We continue to advocate, as many of you do, in those transit or in those budget hearings. And we'll continue to do so. That remains a big part of our state priorities. So I'll move on now to the federal priorities in our legislative agenda. So the first one is strengthen the MPO's local control of core transportation programs. Essentially, what all that means is we'd like to see more funding come directly to the MPOs so that we can fund programs in our long-range plan and we can make decisions about spending priorities, which would include, you know, increased funding to transit. So that's always been a strong priority on the federal side. The second one is promote asset management as a funding priority. And I know you hear this all the time here, but we consistently support that Congress should augment funding streams for asset management implementation for transit, roads, bridges at the regional and local level. And finally, incorporate safety, sustainability, and multimodalism in planning and funding. A specific focus should be to include public transit in our funding programs. So those are our federal priorities. And those become specifically, especially important this year because we are going into, right now we're in the midst of the federal appropriations process. And in addition to that, we're going into a reauthorization year. The nation's, you know, surface transportation law that guides all federal funding for transportation programs is set to expire. So I'll talk about that in a minute. That expires 1 year from now, well, in September of 2026. But I'll start with appropriations because that's going on right now. That's the annual appropriations process. And the on the House side, July 14th, House Appropriations Committee did approve along party lines HR 4522 to fund transportation HUD, the T-HUD appropriations bill. It does call for a fairly significant cut of about 8.3% below FY25. It cuts funding for the capital investment grants, does include some funding for earmarks. So the Senate bill, on the other hand, is more generous. The Senate Appropriations Committee did approve almost unanimously their appropriations bill. And they really provided nearly full funding as authorized under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the IIJA. So it actually increases funding about 1% over current FY25. So the funding for the CIG funding is below 25 level, but much higher than the House bill. And there is funding also for congressional earmarks, or what they call congressionally directed spending. So there's some additional funding for some big events, the FIFA Olympics coming to the US, and they provide 100% federal share for the 5310 and 5311 grants. So obviously the Senate bill is much better than the House bill, and we'll be reaching out to our delegation in support of the provisions in the Senate bill. So now I'll move on to the bigger picture, which is the reauthorization of the surface transportation law. Again, the IIJA, also known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the BIL, that expires about a year from now. Congress is already holding hearings on the next reauthorization. The House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee has jurisdiction in the House, the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee in the Senate. The House T&I Committee did put out a request for priorities back in May. They asked anyone who's interested to submit their priorities for the upcoming reauthorization. We did respond to that back in May. The US DOT has also issued a request for priorities, and those are due next week. And so NOACA is preparing to respond for that, to that request for information as well. If anyone wants the link, feel free to reach out to me and I can share that with you. But that's, you know, they're actually asking for our input, so it totally makes sense to provide that. The priorities that we submitted were essentially making MPOs direct recipients for certain federal funds, shifting some discretionary funding to formula funding with sub-allocations, meaning funding that would come directly to MPOs. As you all know, the IIJA created a whole slew of new discretionary grant programs, and it's been a bit overwhelming, and we really believe that while some of those grant programs are great and should continue, that perhaps providing some of that funding instead to MPOs and then letting MPOs fund projects that have already been vetted through our long-range plan that our local communities support, spending money that way would be perhaps more efficient and effective. We also support stabilizing the Highway Trust Fund with assurances that transit would still receive funding from that. Support for passenger rail, which has been a big part of NOACA's legislative agenda in recent years. We have strongly advocated for increased passenger rail service, both east-west, per the current service that we have, but making it more convenient so that you don't have to catch the train in the middle of the night, and perhaps adding additional runs east-west, so west to Chicago and east to New York and DC. And then, of course, we support the north-south service, the 3C and D corridor that would connect Cleveland, Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati. We support increasing planning funds. Better planning makes for better projects in the end. And we support reducing the local match for some of the federal transportation programs, which can create a real burden for many of our communities. So those are the priorities we submitted to the House Transportation Infrastructure Committee. Basically, the same priorities we'll be submitting before next week, before the deadline next week, to the US DOT. Just wanted to give a shameless plug here for NOACA's newish. It's about a year old now, but we did create a new NOACA Funding Resources webpage. It's on our website. We have several sections: state funding, federal funding, funding through the IIJA. We have a section currently available funding opportunities. We update that weekly. So if a new grant program opens up, we add it. If something has closed, we take it off. So it's a good way to, have someone check that every week from your organizations and see if there's something that you would be interested in applying for. And then reach out to us. There's a link where you can go in and request a letter of support from NOACA. If you're interested in applying for a grant, we do those all the time. We just recently did a letter of support for Lake Transyaga application. We do them all the time for all the transit agencies. So always let us know if you're applying for funding and go through that link. There's a form you fill out, just ask for a few questions about what you're applying for. And you can upload your template letter if you'd like. So next steps is that we'll continue to review this year's legislative agenda at upcoming meetings of our advisory councils. We have our business and community and rural and emerging leaders advisory councils. So we always take this through those councils to get their input in the fall, and then the external affairs committee. And then whatever comes out of that and whatever input we get, we take that and that will go to the board. They will formally approve next year's legislative agenda in December. So we welcome input from this council as well. We will continue to advocate for transit in our funding and authorization bills at both the federal and state levels. And we continue to support your discretionary funding applications should you submit them. So that's it. Happy to answer any questions.
I had a question. On your second priority under the federal funding, you talked about asset management. Are you talking about that in terms of like funding to maintain state of good repair? Or are you talking about like asset management software? Like what does that actually like mean?
Well, it's, we're not very specific, but, it reflects a general interest in maintaining the system that we have as opposed to expanding. I think that speaks more to the highway side of things, to highways and lane miles than to transit.
Okay. Just the reason I asked is transit has a federally mandated like asset management program. So I was just curious if you were trying to say that you should move that to roads, or I wasn't exactly sure what that meant, which is why I asked.
It's more of a general statement that, before we expand our system, we should consider making sure there's funding to maintain what we have. And it does speak more to the highway side of our funding, so.
Hey, any other comments? Okay, thank you, Bev.
Thank you. And feel free to reach out if anything comes up, comes to mind later that you think we should be emphasizing in our legislative agenda.
Okay, thank you. We're going to do Lorraine's East 28th Quarter TLCI Study Update presented by Holly.
Good morning. This is one of the TLCIs we do in-house. We have got a few of them we do, and some of them we hire a consultant. No action is requested. This is just for information. And the project, East 28th Street TLCI, has got these goals of improving generally traffic safety, improving livability these are part of the TLCI's goals and objectives, encouraging redevelopment of the vacant sites, and basically this results in economic and social and cultural growth. At the same, when we started this project, we had some comments, some emails and from the FHW regarding Complete Street. So we thought this maybe is a good case for the Complete Street to consider. So the study area is 2.3 miles from the Broadway to Grove Avenue. And we look at the half a mile, usually we do when we have got this, we look at the half a mile of the buffer in this area. Project has got 4 phases. One is a data collection and existing condition analysis, which this presentation covers the phase 1 we have completed. The second one is the analysis and alternatives development. And third one is analysis refinements and recommendations. And phase 4 is implementation strategy and documentation. Usually these are the ones we do in TSCI planning studies. Phase 1, as I mentioned, data collection and existing condition analysis. So we collect the data from crash data, and then we look at the pavement. These are general the data we collect for each of these projects. And so you can see on the left-hand side, that's the crash data in a half-a-mile buffer, and the right-hand side shows the condition, pavement condition based on the last 2023 road maintenance report we have got. Then there's transit. On the left-hand side, you see the local transit for the Lorraine, which is the blue one you see on the corner of the picture, is actually the Cuyahoga County and RTA, and is very close. It's not connected, but it's very close to the local roads. And right-hand side shows actually what the bus goes through the study area. Looking at the bigger picture of the region, this is the in terms of the 7 counties and the connection. And again, you can see some of the counties like Geauga, Lorraine, and Medina don't have access to the general transit network in our region. We look at the quality of the transit stops on this 28th Street. Generally, there's no benches and shelters, and some of these don't have any crosswalk after the people get up from the bus. This shows all the crashes from the 2019 to 2023. We are talking this corridor about over 1,000 crashes, and unfortunately 5 fatalities, 34 serious injuries, and then 53 minor injuries. Look at how we can develop this in this area as possible. Then we look at the study area and looking at what percentage of the basically vacant, and you can see about, if you look at the whole the 5 buffer area, this is 12%, all parcels vacant, and if you look at just the study area, 9.6% is vacant parcels, and it is possible to develop. Now, we looked at usually we look at the other planning in the area of the study, like Lorraine Active Transportation Plan, Lorraine County Community Health Assessment, Southside Gateway Community Plan, and Lorraine County Transit. We study these and analyze it as a part of the existing condition to look at when we consider the alternatives, we consider these. Phase 2, which we already started, the phase 1 we finished in June when we had the public meetings and stakeholder meetings. Now we have started phase 2, and phase 2 is analysis and alternatives development. So this part of it, we look at the congestion, and if you see on the legend, if you can see, there's all black lines, means there's no congestion in the area. Usually it's very low traffic volumes, so they won't be, and there's no congestion issue in this area. We look at see where the people come to this road, use this corridor as a through traffic, and our model showed in the 25 to 30%, they use this as a through traffic. The rest are local. Either they have generated from this area, or they attracted to this area. So those are called local traffic. The rest is a through traffic. As you see, black line, this is the left-hand side is the AM, right-hand side is the PM, and then because it's the area of the study area is close to the border of the region, most people coming from outside the region is the black line is darker there. Then in the afternoon, when people come back from the work, home, then you can see some words, some trips coming, and the line gets darker from the downtown towards the study area. As I mentioned, we will continue in the next council meetings. We will update you as this phase 2 and phase 3, and hoping that the plan is to finish this project by end of the year and provide the final report, which is going to be rated to one alternate complete street with a multimodal system on the complete street. Any questions?
No comments? Okay, we're gonna move backwards and go to the minutes of the May 16th meeting. Any corrections or additions to those minutes? I see none. Can I have a motion to approve? Ben, in a second. Muriel, all in favor? All in favor? Any nays? Okay, so we approve the minutes of the meeting. Okay, now we're gonna move back to reports. Are there any reports or updates? Yes.
So Lake Train was approached by the Lorraine County Commissioners to investigate, if we would provide service under a contract, similar to our relationship with Geauga. So we are in the process of evaluating that. No decisions have been made, but, their Pam retired, and so they were trying to figure out what to do in the future, and so, I've been talking to my board and, their staff about if they would want us to take over. I don't know if that will happen or not, but there's an update, yay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say earlier that RTA wasn't here. I feel real bad now.
RTA is preparing to submit our documentation for the Small Start CIG pipeline, and that will be submitted by the end of next week for funding for Metro Health BRT.
Okay, any other updates? No? Okay, move on to old business. Is there any old business? No? All right, any new business? No. I move on to adjourn the meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn? First, a second? All in favor? Then the meeting is adjourned. Nope. Regular meeting, the next meeting, Friday, November 21st at 9 a.m. All right, thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meeting according to Robert's Rule of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. Moving along in our agenda, approval of the minutes of May 16th, 2025. Any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve? A second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. We do not believe anyone has signed in to speak today. We're going to move on to the next agenda item. Is there an executive director's report?
No? Yes, there is one. Yes, there's one. I keep forgetting this. Ed, do you want to say this or you want me to?
Morning, everybody. Yes, I wanted to just make you all aware that the state fiscal year 2026 Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative applications are open. And we are currently accepting them for both planning studies and implementation projects. Those applications will be due on the 10th of October. This is a program, as you know, that helps communities study and implement projects to strengthen livability. We have a $1.5 million budget for implementation projects, and then we have $500,000 for planning studies. The applicant webinar will be held on September 3rd, for which you do have to register. And if you'd like to do so, you can visit noaca.org/TLCI. Thank you.
Actually,
Thank you, Ed. Comment?
yeah, is there a budget limit for the implementation projects? Meaning
There's
the
a
individual application.
I believe the minimum is $100,000, the minimum. And I don't really know, I can't really speak to what the cap is. We don't really put a cap on the TLCI implementation projects. But the full budget for the implementation project is $1.5 million.
Yeah, I think we talked at the BPAC that there were people applying for like $2 million when there was only a $1.5 million budget, that there would be a cap considered for the TLCI program this year. Apparently that didn't happen.
You know, Tom, I'm not quite hearing everything you're saying.
Last year, people applied for a single project in excess of the entire budget. And that we had talked at this committee about capping the individual grant applications. But apparently that didn't happen.
Let me look into that and I'll get back with you.
But I think you are talking about not only the cap the program, cap the each project.
Right.
I
Right.
think usually when the application comes, when the committee decides on this, the internal staff decide on this, they
No,
decide what,
No,
how
we
much is it?
we specifically had a conversation last year.
Yes, I remember.
That we would cap the individual applications at a certain amount, because it was just sort of a waste of time, going through applications that were in excess of the entire budget.
But I think the staff look into the capping the applications and capping each project.
Oh, you think they did?
They do, they usually they do. Then when they look at this, I mean, Ed can say, but I think of what I've seen, staff looking at each project, usually they cap the, when they comes.
Okay, well,
So-
if someone could email, let me know if there is a cap on this year's applications for individual applications.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. No other comments at this time? Great. We're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is action items, but there are no action items for today's meeting. So we'll go ahead and move into presentations. First presentation we have today is second quarter 2026 project planning reviews by Ed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a moment here. I'm having some difficulty here. Thank you, Marcia. Okay, thank you, everybody, for your patience. I am presenting the second quarter state fiscal year 2026 project planning review. And there is no action being requested. This item is being presented to this advisory council for your information and input. There's been no previous action regarding this item. The purpose of NAACA's project planning review is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals, and to make sure the project is consistent with NOACA planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements regarding eligibility, requirements placed on it by FHWA, FTA, and ODOT. The proposed project is being processed in accordance with our project planning review process. This involves 4 levels of review. The project has been reviewed by staff. It's being presented to this advisory council and the others. It also will be presented to the subcommittees and the Planning and Programming Committee, as well as the Executive Committee. We will circulate it for intergovernmental review and consultation to potentially impacted communities, affected communities, interested agencies and communities and so forth. And we have it posted on the website for public review and comment. So this slide illustrates our process. Project review evaluates a proposed project in its early planning stages, excuse me, and assesses how it aligns with the plan. We use project review, that is the staff and committees use it to evaluate projects and identify any issues or conditions to be addressed prior to its amendment to the plan. The action taken at this point, the project planning review stage, is acknowledging that the project has fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with NOACA's planning requirements. This enables the project to be amended to the plan as conditions of approval, if there are any, have been addressed by the project sponsor and evidence of such has been provided. Ultimately, this project would advance to the 4-year transportation improvement program with committed resources for its implementation. So we have one project review summary, and this is covering public infrastructure improvements in the city of Brook Park. The project is contained in your materials on pages 14 through 17, and then there's 2 illustrations on pages 18 and 19. So this is the project, and this is sponsored by the city of Brook Park, and the project involves proposed modifications and improvements to roadway infrastructure in the city of Brook Park. to support a development area site in the city of Brook Park, located about a half a mile east of Cleveland Hopkins International Airport and directly west from the I-71 Snow Road interchange. Its estimated total cost is $82.2 million. And this includes $4.8 million for preliminary development, $6.5 million for detailed design, and about $550,000 for right-of-way, all of which would be locally funded. And then there's a construction phase in the amount of $70 million for which the city has applied to the Transportation Review Advisory Council. Within the project area is a 175-acre site of a former Ford plant. That is the proposed location of a Cleveland Browns Dome Stadium and a multi-use development. That site is bounded by Snow Road, a combination of frontage roads from the southwest to the north, 5 Points Road, Engle Road, Henry Ford Boulevard, and State Route 237 and the CSX Railroad. So the proposed improvements are broken down into what the city calls the buildable units. This illustration is contained in your materials on page 18. The transportation infrastructure buildable units are the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements, the I-71 southbound exit ramp improvements, Snow Road, Ring Road connector, realignment of State Route 291, improvements to Ring Road, and then a pedestrian facility and bridge. So the next 6 slides, they are going to elaborate on each of these buildable units. So this first slide contains buildable unit number 1 involving the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements. According to the sponsor, it's expected that event traffic will lead to traffic congestion in the I-71 northbound direction, which could also impact airport traffic using Snow Road. So in order to mitigate the congestion, the sponsor is proposing an additional left turn lane be added to the I-71 northbound exit ramp to Snow Road, and that the widening be done on the west side of the existing ramp to avoid any impacts to residential properties on that east side of the exit ramp. The sponsor is also proposing minor modifications to the northbound Cloverleaf entrance ramp. That's the ramp that's encircling the number 1 there. They believe that it will be required to allow for the widening of the northbound exit ramp. The estimated cost of this buildable unit provided by the sponsor is $1.2 million. This next slide is the buildable unit number 2. This involves the I-71 southbound exit ramp improvements. This unit includes proposed improvements to the I-71 southbound exit ramp to Snow Road going westbound, and then a slip ramp from I-71 southbound to Engle Road. And this will eliminate the northbound movement over the CSX railroad tracks. The current configuration right now is that ramp currently allows for both north and south movement. Then there'll be a slip ramp from westbound Snow Road to Engle Road, and also would allowing only a southbound movement. And then the addition of the I-71 southbound exit ramp flyover bridge to Ring Road. The bridge would be elevated, spanning Engle Road and CSX Railroad, a 5-span curved steel plate girder bridge, approximately 600 feet long, and that would carry 2 lanes of I-71 southbound exit traffic to Ring Road. Also, approach embankments will be supported by mechanically stabilized earth walls at each end. So the estimated cost of this buildable unit provided by the sponsor is $21.8 million. This next slide is buildable unit number 3. It involves the Snow Road and Ring Road connector. The unit would provide access for all Snow Road traffic to Engle Road, which currently doesn't exist. It includes a new intersection installed at the first span of the existing Snow Road Bridge. And the modifications to the existing Snow Road Bridge will include the elimination of the first 2 bridge spans, that's that middle image there, with a new abutment constructed east of Bent 2. Also new retaining walls to support the north-south lanes of the Snow Road, Ring Road intersection, right there in number 3 there off to the right. 5 Points Road will be relocated by removing one-way section along the site perimeter. The section south of Snow Road will have a cul-de-sac and then a new intersection with Snow Road. This unit also includes roadway improvements to Snow Road in the lower left picture there, from State Route 237 over to the Snow Road Bridge. The estimated cost of this, provided by the sponsor, is $9.9 million. Buildable unit number 4 involves the widening and realignment of approximately 1,300 feet of Engle Road. Moving from bottom to top, this would start just south of Snow Road, continue under the Snow Road Bridge, and the proposed I-71 southbound exit ramp flyover bridge, and end at Ring Road. According to the sponsor, alternative alignments are currently being evaluated to possibly avoid the need for permanent right-of-way acquisition. Also, the required number of lanes will be determined based on the results of the ongoing traffic study. The sponsor reports that a crash analysis along Engle Road within the project limits revealed 24 crashes over a 3-year period from 2022 to 2024, 16 of those crashes being angle or sideswipe type collisions. So this pattern highlights a safety concern that this proposed realignment seeks to address by eliminating the confusing configuration of the one-way roadways in this area. So the estimated cost of this unit is $1.8 million. Buildable unit number 5 involves about 5,300 feet of roadway improvements, creating a ring around the stadium and the development site. This would begin about 2,200 feet south of Brook Park Road. And there's a 5-lane section that would involve reconstruction of Engle Road, State Route 291, and Henry Ford Boulevard. This will include pavement replacement and also curbs and sidewalks on both sides of the roadway. Now, south of Hummel Road, the roadway will widen from 6 lanes to 7 lanes and intersect with the realigned Engle Road. The lanes from the Snow Road to Engle Road connector and the new I-71 southbound flyover ramp. The portion of roadway from this intersection to the connector road is considered, at this point anyway, Ring Road during the design phase. And the sponsor reports that the number of lanes needed along Ring Road will be confirmed through the traffic study that is currently underway. The estimated cost of this unit is $14.6 million. And the next slide shows the unit number 6, and this unit involves a pedestrian facility and bridge. According to the sponsor, it is anticipated that all off-site parking will be northeast of the project site, primarily along Engle Road, West 164th Street, and Brook Park Road. As such, the sponsor proposes a pedestrian facility and bridge to provide safe access for pedestrians utilizing off-site parking. And the location of the bridge is being currently evaluated or investigated. The preferred option, represented with the light purple line there, would be to construct a pedestrian walkway from West 164th Street, running parallel to I-71 on the east side, south to Hummel Road, and then along the south side of Hummel Road with a pedestrian bridge over Engle Road to the development site. So the estimated cost of this unit provided by the sponsor is $14.9 million. So the next several slides I'm going to show you are comments made by the staff. And these are either recommendations or information. Recommendations are comments that the staff advises the sponsor consider incorporating into the project design. Comments like these reflect our planning process that NOACA, the city, the sponsor, and ODOT can refer to during the development. So with respect to this project, staff noted that off-site parking for the development is in question. The development is estimated to provide approximately 12,000 to 13,000 spaces on-site. All off-site parking would be northeast of the project site along Engle Road, West 164th Street, and Brook Park Road. But it's not clear where the necessary off-site parking along these roadways will be located exactly and available. So staff is recommending a study on where these vehicles will park on event days and how many users are estimated to travel by the transit or rideshare services in order to better understand the impacts to traffic in the surrounding areas. Another recommendation shown here is a multi-jurisdictional approach is preferred to address development impacts on transportation infrastructure. Consideration should be given to a more inclusive project submission that reflects traffic impacts on other communities, particularly adjoining jurisdictions. Aside from this next comment is related to transit. And aside from referencing the proximity of the GCRTA Brook Park Red Line Station, which is located roughly a mile in walking distance from the proposed development, the project lacks a major transit component. So with respect to the concern about available parking off-site, it would be beneficial to have a dedicated transit serving the site. One option could be constructing a new Red Line station at the site to take visitors directly to and from the development. A less costly but also less impactful option would be to have frequent shuttles bring transit visitors to and from the Brook Park Station. Both options would reduce congestion, encourage transit usage, and decrease the need for additional parking in the surrounding area, with the on-rail site station having the largest regional impact. Another couple of comments here are there's no information regarding accessibility features of the pedestrian facilities, particularly the bridge. In order to evaluate the full impact on pedestrian site access, it's important to understand how accessibility will be addressed. It's recommended to provide more detail in this area. Also, a comprehensive traffic study needs to be completed. Staff are unable to provide a thorough analysis until review of the traffic impacts. This is a critical component to the project, as there are many unanswered questions related to the interaction between the stadium, particularly on event or game days, and the airport, which is the largest in the state. Also, the materials provided do refer to the traffic study that is currently underway and ongoing, and it was initially stated that at a meeting in July that the traffic study would be completed in mid-August. That is now going to be mid-September, but it is ongoing. So these are information comments, and these are comments which project information that will probably be shared with the committees and board and directors, and this would help assist in their understanding of the project and potential effect on the region. There are 3 information comments offered on this slide. The first being that this project is located within the Big Creek watershed, and that aquatic life uses are impaired due to flow regime modifications, habitat alterations, organic enrichment, and urban stormwater pollutants. This watershed is also impaired for recreation contact due to E. coli. The next comment is, while construction of the proposed project may cause temporary fluctuations in regional air quality, the project does intend to limit traffic congestion, which should improve the overall air quality. And the project will simplify the roadway network at Snow Road, Engle Road, and 5 Points Road, making it easier to travel. And the existing configuration can be very confusing to navigate with many one-way segments and turnarounds. And the proposal adds signalized intersections as well as eliminating the one-way segments, resulting in a more traditional road network that will likely result in safer network travel for vehicular traffic. And then we have a note that the cost estimates are preliminary and that the opinion of probable cost is for all 6 buildable units, and the schedule is for all 6 buildable units to be constructed, at least as we understand it right now, simultaneously between 2027 and 2029. And also that the proposed infrastructure improvements are going to require some coordination with currently programmed roadway and bridge projects that are planned for state fiscal years 2027 and 2028. So those are the comments up to this point. Next steps, NOACA staff will forward any comments from this council or any of the councils to the project sponsor. And the project will be presented to the Transportation Subcommittee, Planning and Programming Committee, and Executive Committee for additional review and comment. Pending board approval, the project sponsor would be notified that their project has completed project review. And then staff would work with the project sponsor to address any planning issues that were identified during this process. So at this point, I'd like to just make you aware that the mayor is here and representatives from the city and Osborne Engineering are here if there are any questions. And if the mayor would like to say.
Thank you, Ed. Is there any questions at this time? Sure, we'll go to the left first, if that's okay.
Ed, could you go over why they're in front of BPAC today as part of the approval process?
Tom, I'm sorry, if you could speak into the microphone, I'd really appreciate that.
Ed, could you go over why they're in front of BPAC today, considering that they're not asking for any money?
Oh, that's of no relevance at all, really. This is a proposed transportation infrastructure improvements. And what we want to do is review these to perhaps provide input or, call out any issues that might be addressed with respect to multimodal aspects or anything along that line. So this is really to just get the input from these respective advisory councils, irrespective of what the funding source is.
Right. So it's sort of a necessary part of the preliminary planning process to do these improvements, correct?
Oh, it's absolutely, yes.
So when you list the in-process parts, it's not that they're not going to do these.
Oh, no, they're ongoing right now. They're underway.
Right. So one of the concerns was on the RTA. Has RTA made any comments about whether or not improvements will be made to the Brook Park Station or that there would be a connector bus or, they go so far as to say a new station?
Well, yes, and I will not, I can address that if, it's my understanding that the RTA has participated in regular meetings with Brook Park and it has some sports group in connection with the project to maximize transit impact. Conceptual design of the potential new RTA station is complete with a construction cost estimate due next week. I have not seen that at this point, but I think that some of the representatives might be able to further expand on that. But yes, they have had constant meetings and interaction with RTA.
Thank you. We're going to move on to our next comment to the right.
Madam Chair. Ed, there's an ongoing NOACA-funded Transportation for Economic Development Initiative study for the Aerozone going on right now. So how does this proposed project or bucket of projects align with the intent, goals, timeline of the ongoing TEDI, and where are the points of intersection?
I'm afraid I have to get back to you on that unless,
yes,
I'm sorry, I don't have a.
I can answer that question because I'm a project manager for the Arizona, and that's a part of this development is a part of the Arizona. And actually last week we presented the first consultant presented to the Arizona board. I can tell you a very summary of the project. This project, Arizona, has got 3 scenarios in terms of the land use and development. Those is going to be simulated based on what the requirement for a transportation, multimodal transportation system. So one of the scenarios, or maybe 2 or whatever, we're going to look at this development and stadium and see what happens in regarding this. Not only this one, there's the other developments. Their consultant is gathering those information like IX Center, airport, the master plan for airport, NASA, all this is happening, including this development. We are looking at the seed in terms of the scenario. Then there is not going to be just this part, it's going to be whole Arizona simulated and look at the future in terms of what transportation requirements we need for to create a multimodal system to be a high-tech center in the Arizona.
Thank you, Ali. Yes, and just one quick comment. If you're going to comment or ask a question, please bring the mic closer. We can't have a hard time hearing you. Thank you.
Following up on some of the questions raised, if the project team could maybe discuss ways in which bikes and pedestrians and transit access is going to be accommodated rather than just that they've met with RTA. RTA is going to be putting in basically a new station just adjacent at the airport, and actually having transit access feeding the site without having to walk a mile away would be really, really beneficial. Likewise, just connecting it better. The only pedestrian bridge that's proposed is to go to a future parking area. There's not much else other than being able to drive into the site. And so if the project team could maybe address how that is going to play out.
Thank you for your comment. No problem.
Mayor?
Project team, thank you.
Good morning, Edward Orcutt, Mayor, City of Brook Park, 6161 Angle Road, Brook Park, Ohio. Madam Chair, Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to come before you and discuss this project, introduce it, let everybody know what we were planning to do in the City of Brook Park. On page 16 of your agenda packet, what we'd like to do is address some of the comments and recommendations. As the mayor, I'm going to touch a little bit about zoning to start off, and then once I'm done with that, I'll turn it over to Dennis from Osborne, which will go over bullet point by bullet point for everyone. So we talked about, I think there was just a comment about the pedestrian bridge, and that was a very good comment or question about that. As we talk about all of the additional parking that will be needed for this project, we look to push that. For those that are not familiar with Brook Park Road is a main artery state route to our north and north of this project site. We look to have additional parking in those areas to the north and northeast of the city. We have a lot of industrial parkways that run north and south off of Brook Park Road. We're looking to amend zoning codes in our U5 and U7 areas that would include entertainment parking, which would allow for example, the machine shop that is operating Monday through Friday to then on the weekends be able to utilize their parking lot for entertainment parking. With that said, there is some land acquisition negotiations going on, which would be able to allow us to be able to build a pedestrian path on the easterly side of 71 to Hummel Road, which would then lead people to a pedestrian bridge. So we look to make sure that there's obviously a lot of safety, keeping people on not highly traveled roads in our industrial parkways to a pedestrian bridge. So that's the game plan there. When it comes to the additional pedestrian pathways, we are studying that right now. Obviously, with the feasibility study that's due in the middle of September, we'll have a lot more information about the impact on event day. And what the thought process is there for the city of Brook Park is we are going to have a very comprehensive project with our sidewalks and possibly even streets where we'll be widening them and possibly having dedication on roads for pedestrians. So that's just a general overview of what we look to do for additional parking. And at this time, if nobody has any questions or comments from me, I'd like to turn it over to Dennis from Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the project. And I think what you'll see as we go through some of our responses to the comments from the staff, NOACA staff, is that this project is moving along very quickly. We're continuously designing every day. We've not reached one stage and we're stopping and waiting. It's evolving every single day. And so when this project was submitted to NOACA to get in front of these committees, Ed May put together the presentation based on what he had. And it has evolved quite a bit over the last month. And so some of these responses, what you'll see here in the blue text, are responses from the city of Brook Park about where the current status is of the project. So some of the early questions, the early comments there in the recommendation section were that there's 12 to 13,000 spaces on site. And yes, we can confirm that the current plan for the development has 12,000 spaces available. The second bullet response there is that additional off-site parking availability is currently being determined. We're studying that. And Brook Park is aware of many interested property owners that, when taken together, would add thousands of additional parking spaces. As Ed May and the mayor said, both those would be in the northeast area of northeast of the development site. And the city of Brook Park is also working right now to amend zoning laws to allow for entertainment parking. And we believe that those new zoning laws will really spur along capitalism. And as you see throughout downtown, everyone with any parking spaces available wants to rent them out for event days. Responding to transit, you see those bullet points under the next one. And we've had continuous meetings with RTA over the last year. In fact, over the last 6 months, we've met with them on a bi-weekly basis. We have standing meetings with them, and that's the City of Brook Park, the Haslam Sports Group, and Osborne Engineering. And I'll slide down here, skip ahead to something brand new. Last week, we, as one of our sub-consultants, Bowen is working with us, Bowen Architects, to develop the RTA transit station. We've worked very closely, as I said, with the RTA, and I wish Ms. Birdsong could be here today to talk with us about this, but she's sat in on the majority of these meetings, and these are accepted conceptual plans. And so as I scroll through these, you can see this area. And I don't know if my mouse will show up on here or not. Well, you see the dark blue area, that's the planned platform area. And then the red hatch area below, just left of that, is a ramp, pedestrian ADA accessible ramp that would bring the passengers up to a bridge that would carry the pedestrians over the CSX and the RTA tracks and land at the northwest corner of the development site. That shows the same thing. This also shows the promenade that may be developed from the landing point at the northwest corner to bring those pedestrians, transit riders right to the new stadium. This is just zoomed in on the planned platform, showing that it can handle 3 rail cars. And that's a zoom in on the promenade area. This shows several options that we're looking at to land at the site coming down from the pedestrian bridge. These are 3 options. The top option shows an elevator core along with a staircase to bring people down to surface level of the parking lot. The second option in blue, you see an ADA accessible ramp, bringing people all the way down the site. And the third option is in green, that's also ADA accessible ramp. And that just has a lot of cutbacks to minimize the length that it takes up. This is an example of what flying in that bridge might be. It would be a pre-constructed, prefabricated pedestrian bridge, and the contractor would build abutments on either side of the railroad tracks. If you look at this picture, the left side would essentially be on the RTA property, and the right side would be on the new stadium development site. Just a couple more examples of similar bridges that are currently in use around the country. This is the first rendering of accepted conceptual design for that bridge. Again, the left side of your picture is on the RTA side. The right side is the landing showing the elevator and staircase on the development site. That's a perspective just looking out the end of the pedestrian bridge toward the new stadium. And this is from high above the ramp that feeds into the airport. So we're looking in kind of a southeast direction here, with the RTA being in the foreground, the ramp going up to the pedestrian bridge, and the pedestrian bridge across to the development site. One thing that I forgot to mention is that RTA site in the foreground, that's the RTA's existing maintenance facility. This is where they're working to commission all their brand new rail cars. So these are usable tracks. In the planning sessions with the RTA, we determined that we could move one of the tracks, their westernmost track could be moved, relocated, widened to allow a platform to be inserted into the middle there. Obviously, that would also require some movement of the existing catenary lines. Here's just another rendering of that bridge and another. So you can see quite a bit of work is going on with the RTA. They're very engaged with this project, very interested in seeing it move forward. This is not a part of this transit center, or I'm sorry, transit station is not currently a part of the funding mix, but we would work closely with RTA to pursue other funding methods. At initial look, it looks like a new starts or a small starts program might be the applicable funding method for that. Any questions on the RTA transit station while I'm near those slides? Yes.
Sarah?
Yeah, I'm just curious, when there's a big event, obviously there's a lot of people, so there's not just traffic with cars, but there's also traffic of pedestrians. So it's cool to think about a new station, but there's already 2 existing stations that we paid for and continue to exist. So what are the connections to those existing stations looking like, so that if you're a pedestrian and you need to get to the train and one station is just full of people, how do you get to the other stations? How do you spread that traffic apart? Obviously, there's been a lot of thought into the vehicle traffic piece of things, which is going to affect people who are getting to the airport, from the airport, all of that. But one about getting to those other 2 stations as well and creating safe connections across these newly widened roads.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, to the member. In speaking with the RTA, the construction of this proposed station might not happen in time for the opening day in 2029. So they intend to make heavy use of their existing station at Brook Park. That's their heaviest use station right now. And as they looked at its location and relevance to the existing site, to the proposed site, it's about the same distance as people currently walk today from Tower City to the existing Brown Stadium at the lakefront. So with that in mind, they know their transit riders make use of Tower City Station quite often. They expect people would still use Brook Park Station in the meantime, and then Brook Park Station would still stay operational. We're working with RTA to enhance pedestrian access across that site and to cross Brook Park Road at Engle Road. The city of Brook Park also has a Brook Park resurfacing project in the works that is currently slated for, I believe, 2028 construction. And as part of that, they will enhance the pedestrian crossing across Brook Park to Engle. And then the city is also looking at improving the sidewalks coming down Engle from Brook Park down to the development site.
Can you talk a little bit more about the pedestrian crossing enhancements?
Sure. Typical, what you're seeing, modern high visibility crossings, ladder style crosswalks is currently the plan. Of course, ADA accessible aprons on each side of the road, countdown pedestrian timers. We will also look at whether or not a dedicated pedestrian phase would be warranted during event days.
Definitely worth looking at some refuge islands for folks. It's a lot of lanes to get across.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Any other comments or questions? Yep, we have one down here in the front.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Not speaking on the RTA, but has anybody done a study or is there a study that's in the works for traffic coming north to the proposed site off of West 130th, West 150th, and Rocky River Drive? We know that West 150th north of 480 is residential, and it's a one-way, there's only one lane heading both north and south on West 150th and West 130th. So I was wondering if there's been any studies regarding traffic trying to get in. I know we've talked about the highways and the Angle Road and everything, but heading to the stadium from the north, trying to get down those streets, which are only one way. I was wondering if there's been a study impact on how that will affect, especially with the 150th being residential.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Just earlier this week, our traffic sub-consultant, AV Resource Group, submitted an interchange modification study to the Department of Transportation, District 12 and Central Office, as well as, of course, City of Brook Park. And the interchange modification study does focus on the interstate, as it's named. So that's the first step. Over the next month, the traffic consultant and the entire design team are looking closely at a total feasibility study, which will look much more closely at game day or major event operations and what type of traffic control would be needed for those types of operations. And the study area does extend past, north past Brook Park Road. It extends south past Bagley Road. So how traffic will be serviced and maintained in these adjacent communities is part of the study. But we can bring that back to this body in about a month or so.
Thank you. Yep, go ahead.
Have you determined what the parking deficit is at the stadium currently?
Parking deficit is, as we mentioned earlier, there's about 12,000 spaces on site, which presents a deficit of about 8 to 10,000 parking spots. With all of the land that is available northeast of the site, we anticipate being able to achieve that parking. Thank you.
We have a comment from Ali.
Regarding the previous question, NOACA is doing the simulating when event happens, the traffic coming to this event from different zones and different neighborhoods from our region, even outside our region. So we are looking at this to simulate and see where any congestion, anything happens. And at the same time, we are not looking just highway, we are looking at the multimodal system, as I mentioned in the previous question regarding the Arizona. We are looking at as a vision of the NOACA is to provide develop the multimodal system, non-motorized transit and vehicular. Although the vehicle dominates, but doesn't mean we have to ignore the non-motorized modes. So that's looking at not only this project in the parallel, we are doing the Arizona, we are doing the same. Probably next council meeting, we are going to provide the consultant is going to provide the progress report on the Arizona, which is related to this, and multimodal system. We are looking into this.
Thank you, Ali. Any other comments or questions for the mayor or the project team at this time?
Madam Chair, do you mind if I address the last couple bullet points in response to the staff comments?
Sure thing.
All right, thank you. Toward the bottom of what you're seeing on the screen there, those last 4 bullet points, there was a question about accessibility features for pedestrian. We've talked about it a little bit, but the pedestrian bridge that is being proposed will be fully accessible via ADA compliant ramps. There will be sidewalks added on both sides of Angle Road. The pedestrian path that is being planned from those northeast properties coming from the West 164th industrial area, those will be made accessible via ADA compliant sidewalks and facilities. And then the improved pedestrian crossing at Brook Park Road, as we discussed, is also part of the project. If we look to the second page of comments, there we are. At the top of your screen, the blue are the responses to comprehensive traffic study. Again, just kind of repeating myself here, but certified traffic was submitted to ODOT at the end of July, July 31st. The IMS, as we said, was submitted earlier this week, August 11th, and that feasibility study, which will look at the global impact, will be submitted in September 12th. That next bullet that you see talking about traffic impacts is that the feasibility study submittal will address the entire study area as scoped by ODOT. They told us what area to study, and it will recommend event day operations, how we can benefit the adjacent communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Oh, wait, we have one more. Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, would appreciate these annotated, these annotated points here be submitted to the membership.
Can be done. Thank you. All right, thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next presentation that we have is the NOACA Household Travel Survey by Hanau.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here to present NOACA Household Travel Survey Analysis for Modeling and Planning. No action is requested, and this item is for information and discussion. For the previous action, the consultant presented the survey results to the committees and the board during the meeting held on June 13th. The analyzed household travel survey results will be used to update few things, which is first, socioeconomic parameters in the NOACA travel forecasting model, also to use at the model's calibration and validation step, and third is to assist with the other planning activities. This helps ensure our model and planning efforts reflects the current travel behavior. Okay. So the background about the survey. So this was a sample survey, and a total of 8,109 household surveys were validated and retrieved, which represents approximately 934,000 households across the region, including portions of Summit and Portage counties. Out of these, 888,000 households are located within the NOACA region. For the total population represented is roughly 2.12 million people, including portions of Summit and Portage counties, with approximately 2.02 million people residing within NOACA region. This table provides a county-wise breakdown of households, number of households, survey responses, and the survey retrieval rates by county. The survey closely matches the household distribution, showing a balanced sample. For example, Cuyahoga County, having the largest number of households, also contributed the majority of the survey. Overall, these percentages shows that the survey results are fairly represented across all the households in the NOACA region. Some key demographics. This chart compares the household size distribution between 2023 ACS and our household travel survey. As shown in the chart, the percentages of all the household size are nearly identical. For example, both 1% and 2% households makes up the largest share in both the data sets, and the average household size is 2.2 people. This chart compares vehicle ownership between ACS and survey. The households with 1 or 2 vehicles make up the majority in both the data sets. And for example, 1 vehicle households makes 36% in ACS, while 38% in our survey. And the average number of vehicles per household is 1.9 vehicles. This chart compares the number of workers per household in the ACS and the survey. The distribution are very close, and for example, 1 worker households are 38% in both, and 0 worker households are 30% in both the data sets. The average number of workers per household is 1.1. Key travel behavior characteristics. Here we are comparing the trip rates from two sources, which is the Household Travel Survey and the 2024 NOACA Travel Forecasting Model. The Household Travel Survey shows that on average, each household make about 6.82 trips. The forecasting model estimates this slightly lower at 6.55 trips per household. When looking at the trips per person, the survey data shows 3.19 trips, while the model predicts 2.89. We are going to adjust the model parameters value based on the HHTS results. This slide presents the distribution of daily trips across the different times of the day. So for 6 to 9 a.m., 16% of the trips are made, mostly morning commutes, but lower share due to flexible and remote work. 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., which is 37%, that includes midday movements for errands, appointments, or part-time work. 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. is 34%, which is the busy period with school pickups, return commute from work, and evening outings. 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. is 12%, and this is often due to social events, late shift workers, or leisure activities. 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. is minimal 1.4%, very few trips that includes mainly early workers or long distance travels, airport runs. For the mode choice for daily trips for all the purposes, this chart illustrates the mode of transport used for daily trips, and 67.9% uses a car as the driver, which is the most common mode. 22.4% used share rides with 2 people, and public transit is very low, around 3.4%. Walking and biking together make about 5.2%, and other modes are minimal. This chart displays the different means of transportation people use to commute to work. The green bar that you see that represents the average values calculated from the HHTS and the ACS data. The calculated averages will be used as an input for the model calibration to ensure the forecasting model accurately reflects the observed commuting behavior. Little note that the telecommuting is not included in this commute mode percentages. So the drive alone is the dominant commuting mode, averaging about 72%, showing the strong dependence on the personal vehicles. Shared rides for 2 or more people make up a smaller share, around 6.5%, indicating some use of carpooling to reduce traffic. Walking and biking together account for a modest portion, roughly 3%, reflecting limited but important active transportation options. Public transit represents a small share at about 1.5%. The telecommuting percentage for the survey is 18.9%. And for the ACS data, it's 13.3%. The average of these two values is 16%, which will be used as the input value to the model, as shown in the orange bar. The current telecommute percentage in the model is 16% as well, which means the survey data closely matches what the model is using currently. Next, we have the home-based trips. So we analyze the trips, dividing them into 2 categories mainly, which is home-based trips and non-home-based trips. This means for the home-based trips, this means the trips that starts or ends at home. That includes both initial trip from home and the return trip back home. These trips are grouped into 4 main types, which is work, social, shopping, and others. That includes school, volunteer work, healthcare visits, etc. This chart shows the distribution of home-based trip by purpose. The largest category is home-based others at 28.1%, indicating that the trips such as school, volunteer, personal business, banking make up the biggest share. Work-related home-based trips account for 15.5% of the total, and shopping trips are close behind 13.9%. And the social and recreational trips make up to 10.2%. Next we have is non-home-based trips, which neither starts nor end at home. These trips are divided into 2 types, which is non-home-based work and non-home-based others. The work category includes the trip that starts and that does not start or does not end at work. No, I'm sorry. The work category includes the trips that starts and ends at work, such as going from work to the meeting and coming back to the work. The other category covers the trips between various non-home location, which includes activities like banking, visiting friends, volunteering, entertainment, and more. This classification helps us understand the travel pattern beyond the usual home-based trips. This chart shows the breakdown of non-home-based trips into two categories, which is non-home-based work that account for 6.7%, and the non-home-based other trips that make up a larger share at 25.7%, covering the wide range of activities between two non-home locations. Together, the home-based trips and non-home-based trips makes up 100%. This survey received a funding of over 1.75 million from couple sources, and the survey results will support the calibration and validation of NOACA forecasting trial model, as well as the other planning activities that we do here at NOACA.
Thank you, Hanal. Any comments or questions for her at this time? Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, quick question about how the demographics of the survey responses aligned with, I guess not the demographics, but how the survey responses aligned with, income levels across the area? Or region is a better word.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, how did the survey responses align with different income levels?
Ali, do you want to answer this question?
The consultant who's collected the survey had the last time provided the information about the income and distributed. We had an average, we had on the previous, if you look at, I think it was in the last council I presented, it was the income as well. So I don't know, the question is, it was distributed, we had the average, we had all the incomes, and not just specifically, whether it's a high income or low income. It was distributed evenly on the all incomes. And the whole point of this was to get the unbiased data. Whether you can see from this table, we are looking at the unbiased, not to say one county or whether it's bigger or smaller. So you can see the data is very related to what the number of households in each is. So the same thing with the income, we try to have it distributed evenly on the all level of the incomes. And I remember the presentation they did, the board had a income distribution as well.
Thank you, Ali. Any other comments or questions for Hanal? Great, thank you, Hanal. Appreciate you.
Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Next up, for our next presentation, we have community safety reports and county prioritizations by Kessa.
Good morning. I'm here to present an overview on how the recently released community safety reports were developed and present one of the most important items which come from them, which are the by-county prioritizations. There was no previous action, though the reports were mentioned briefly when we came to you about our new Transportation for Safer Communities initiative. The community safety reports employ a systemic safety approach, which means we manage risk across the entire roadway system rather than focusing on specific locations or only observed crash history. We use this approach because using observed crashes alone is insufficient because they vary over time and naturally regress to the means, which just means that highs become lowers and lows become higher over time. Using systemic safety focuses on reducing the potential for crashes, regardless of whether a site has a history of crashes or not. Doing this is particularly beneficial for our rural communities as it allows us to focus on the types of crashes that we know are occurring on specific types of roads without needing a history to justify it. A particularly good example of this is two-lane rural roadways and roadway departure crashes. We know that on average, when these roadways curve, people are driving off the roads and hitting trees or utility poles or what have you. But we also know that not every curve on every rural road has a crash history. Using systemic safety allows us to go for these infrastructural type things that allow us to focus on reducing the risk. The reports begin with background information and definitions for both the community, including its history and location, and the processes, such as segments and intersection configurations. This round, I expanded the reports to include graphical representations of the different segment types, along with real-world examples. In the next update, I'll make the same addition for the intersection types. The reports only analyze arterials and intersections consisting of two arterials within a community because while arterials make up only 8% of Ohio's road network, they're responsible for 52% of fatalities and serious injuries to vulnerable road users, such as pedestrians and bicyclists. I began by collecting roadway attributes for the 925 segments and 512 intersections that comprise our region. Then it was a matter of applying the Highway Safety Manual equations to estimate the expected average crash frequency per segment and intersection. After that, we underwent a calibration process using observed crash data and vehicle miles traveled to determine the predicted annual average crash frequency. After prioritizing them by community, we took the highest segment from each community and identified an appropriate proven safety countermeasure. We then applied the crash reduction factors, adjusted for inflated infrastructure costs and savings from crash reductions to determine the final cost-benefit ratio. The roadway characteristics for segments were length, number of driveways, which was estimated from Google Earth in 2022 and left the same for this year, the segment configuration, which I went through and checked for every segment, and the average daily traffic, which was derived from the NOACA travel forecast model. For the top segment in every community, I also obtained the number of lanes, which comes from the segment configuration, the function class, which was almost always a principal arterial other, but sometimes a minor arterial, and the speed, which I obtained from Google Street View of speed limit signs. For intersections, the ADT was derived from the 2024 model scenario for both major and minor roads, and the designations were updated based on the road with the greater ADT this year. For these reports, pedestrian activity was designated as low for all intersections. However, I hope to integrate our pedestrian count program before the next update and begin utilizing that factor as well. In accordance with the Safe System principles, we have chosen to focus solely on fatalities and serious injuries in this edition of the reports, rather than reporting on all crashes as we did previously. Calibration factors were developed for each county by sorting arterial vehicle miles traveled into ranges, dividing the recorded crashes by predicted crash frequency to get a calibration ratio, and then selecting the median ratio for each range. Tables 6 through 9 display the calibrated and aggregated values of motorized and non-motorized collisions, as well as the total value of vehicle-bicycle and vehicle-pedestrian collisions for segments and intersections. Pout 4 ranks the segments and intersections by total average annual expected crashes and maps the top 5 or 10 in larger cities, such as Solon. For cities that have at-grade railroad crossings, we also ranked them by the most hazardous for both motorized and non-motorized users, as you can also see in this Solon example. Finally, we come to the cost-benefit analysis. I already showed you some of the results from this section as part of the funding presentation, so this time we'll focus on the parts that I didn't talk about last quarter. Each community has either a motorized or non-motorized countermeasure recommended to the segment with the highest expected crashes. They are provided with costs for the equipment, a crash reduction figure, savings resulting from crash reductions, and the ratio itself, along with a qualitative descriptor for the ratio. The reports also include a summary by countermeasure of the ratios found and the variation in savings. Motorized countermeasures generally had higher ratios due to the higher rates of usage, but many of the non-motorized countermeasures showed positive returns. I think that these two tables right here are some of the most useful pages in the entire report that are going to be extremely applicable to communities, and I hope that perhaps with the new funding program, we might be able to continue gathering data in real world and start compiling a database of sorts for everyone to benefit from. Finally, there's a graphical representation of all the ratios in the region sorted into their qualitative ranges. Not going to go into them for the sake of time, but I also want to mention that there are 4 appendices. Appendix D in particular just has some very cool pictures and some information on speed management. So getting to the bi-county prioritization, we felt that this was important because when you only look at regional ranks, it biases us towards our more urban centers with higher rates of vehicle miles traveled. However, for Geauga County, you can see that our segments are generally US and state routes, which means that they are going to be particularly challenging to build on. We also have the intersections for Geauga County, and which is where these same 5 segments are meeting each other in their downtown area. For Medina County, it's worth noticing that State Route 303 actually is ranked 22 in the entire region, and their intersections. Their top intersection is West 130th Street at State Route 303. For Lorain County, their top 2 segments are actually number 3 and 4 in the region. So I just want to point out that they're not all in Cuyahoga County, which I know sometimes you guys get tired of hearing about. And then we also have the Lorain County intersections, which have the first 4 in the top 20 across the region, and particularly focus around Colorado Avenue or State Route 611. In Lake County, we have Psalm Center Road, which is actually number 2 in the region. And then we also have a number of state and US routes again. And for the intersections, we have where State Routes 306 and 84 meet, in addition to Psalm Center and Ridge Road and Euclid Ave for the top 3 intersections. We actually did Cuyahoga 2 different ways. The first is with Cleveland included, and you can see that Cleveland, Middleburg Heights, and Palmer largely make up our top 10 segments in the region. Our top intersections are mostly in Cleveland and Beechwood, although you can see Mayfield Heights in there at 16. So we also presented it excluding Cleveland in order to bring more attention to our other cities, where you can see that our top cities, of course, remain Middleburg Heights and Palmer, but we also bring in Palmer Heights, Lyndhurst, Euclid, and Beechwood. And then for the intersections, we have Beechwood and Mayfield Heights, in addition to Brook Park, Palmer, Berea, Cleveland Heights, and Lyndhurst. And then finally, we just have the Cleveland segments and intersections ranked on their own, which you can see Superior, Carnegie, and West 150th are 1, 5, and 7 in the region. And State and Brook Park, Ridge and Brook Park, 9th and Prospect, and 105th and Carnegie are numbers 1, 3, 6, and 7 intersections in the region. I know that was a lot, very fast. So if any of you want to see those tables more, I will be happy to go back. And we are also in the process of getting them on our website. There are no financial impacts to this. I'm going to continue presenting the reports to increase awareness among more communities, because I really do think that they are helpful, particular to smaller communities that may lack the capacity to do their own analysis. And like I mentioned, we are working on putting them on our website, and we'll also be submitting the county prioritizations to the Federal Highway Administration for use in safe roads. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kessa. Any comments or questions for Kessa at this time? Okay, I do have a quick question for you, Kessa. You said they will be on the website. In Lorain County, we do have a comprehensive safety action plan created by SS4A that probably has some of these intersections highlighted. So I'm just curious do you know when these tables would be on your website for us to view as well?
We have had a very busy couple of weeks, but I'm hoping within a month, maybe 2.
Okay,
It shouldn't take long once we get them finalized, but right now we're concentrating on getting them submitted.
Thank you, Kessa. Well, that's all then. Thank you for your time today. Next up, presentation on Lorain East 28th Street Corridor, TLCI study update by Ali.
Good morning again, and this no action is requested. This is one of the TLCI we do in-house. And we have started a few months ago. Actually, it was the beginning of the year we started. And the project goal usually for TLCI is as improving traffic safety, improving livability, and encourage redevelopment of the vacant sites. And this leads to the economic and social and cultural growth. A few months ago, we received a email or letter or note from the FHWA regarding complete street application. So we thought this is a corridor can be one of the candidates for the complete street. Now, going back to the project study area is a 28th Street, East 28th Street in Lorraine, City of Lorraine. And the length of this corridor is about 2.3 miles. And starting from Broadway to Grove Avenue. And usually we look at the half-a-mile buffer in this for each corridor. So the project has got 4 phases. Phase 1 is data collection and existing condition analysis. Second phase is analysis and alternatives development. Third phase, analysis, refinements, and recommendation. And phase 4 is implementation, strategy, and documentation. We are in now, we have done the phase 1. I'm just going through the phase 1, which is data collection and existing condition analysis. The usual data we collect for this is a crash data in the last 5 years. And also we look at the pavement condition. These both are in the community reports, whether it's a pavement or safety reports, just Casa mentioned, all these are in that report, in those reports for each community. We also looking at the transit network, which is a part of our travel demand model. And you can see on the left-hand side, the green lines are the existing local Lorraine County transit network. And the blue one you see on the picture is the transit network of the Cuyahoga and the region. And there's a distance is short, but not much connection. On the right-hand side, looking at the specifically going to the macro level of the corridor, and this shows the transit line going through the corridor. Oops. Now looking at the non-motorized infrastructure, like crossing, like a sidewalk, and this picture shows is a part of the existing condition we collect. And so that shows the crossing and the bike lanes and all the facilities in that corridor study. Then we looked at the LTS, level of traffic stress, and this shows most of them are 1 or 2. Apart from the corner of it is a red, which is a LTS, should be LTS, not LST, LTS 4. And I was curious, why is LTS 4? Then we go to look at that, and there's a right turn there, and there's a gas station for turning to this. So that's not very safe for a cyclist. Cyclists should come there. That's why it's 4. The rest are 1 or 2. This shows the crashes in this corridor. Is about 5 years, about 1,000, over 1,000 crashes and 5 fatalities, unfortunately, and 34 serious injuries and 153 minor injuries in the last from 2019 and to 2023. Pedestrian crashes is about 17 and 1 fatality and 4 serious injuries in this corridor. We look at the vacant land for the part of the project for the looking at the future development. And as you see, about 12% of the old parcels is vacant. In the study area is about 9.6%. We have looked at the other studies and other plans for this corridor in the City of Lorraine provided us this information, and such as Lorraine County Transit, Lorraine Active Transportation Plan, and other studies we look at as a part of the phase one. Now we have started, the phase one was submitted, I believe, the report in June or maybe submitted, and we had the public and stakeholder meetings. Now, since then, we have started phase two. I show you one or two of the slides from the phase two. One of them is the traffic congestion. As you see, all lines are black, and that's because there's no congestion in this area. And then looking at the through traffic, so we have got the model. We can provide this, see where the origin and destination of trip using the corridor. As you can see on the AM, because this area is close to the border of the region, more people coming from outside the region to using this road and this corridor, and as you can see, it's darker. When it comes to PM, people coming back from downtown and going back with return trip from the work trip, and you can see the line gets a bit darker. So it comes to so when we say through traffic, means origin and destinations are not in this corridor area. The rest are in inner traffic and is either generated or attracted to this area. Roughly about 25% of 30% depends on the AM or PM is a true traffic going through this corridor. We will continue updating the council as project progresses. Next time, probably we're going to provide you with a second phase and the third phase, and we are hoping that the plan is to complete this project by the end of the year.
Thank you, Ali. Any comments or questions at this time? Okay, great. Thank you to all our presenters today. I would like to move along in our agenda. Next up, we have reports and updates. Are there any reports or updates at this time? Okay, moving along then to old business. Is there any old business? Any new business? Okay, well then we'll move on to adjourn our meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Sarah, thank you. A second? Thank you, Jim. All in favor? Aye. The meeting is adjourned. Our next regular meeting then will be Friday, November 21st, 10:30 a.m. right here at NOACA's offices. Thank you.
In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. All right, so we have a quorum. So now we'll go to item number 2, approval of the minutes from the May 16th, 2025 meeting. Are there any corrections or additions? All right. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Lawrence Hall. Second? All right. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. Right. Item number 3, public comments on agenda items. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No. There being none, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Now, item number 4, the chair's or executive director's report. Is there an executive director's report?
Only this announcement.
All right. Ed May?
Yeah, thank you. We have opened up an application round for the state fiscal year 2026 Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative Program. We are accepting applications for both planning studies and implementation projects, and those applications would be due on October 12th. I'm sorry, October 10th. The TLCI, as you know, helps communities study and implement projects to strengthen livability. There will be a budget of $1.5 million for the implementation projects and then $500,000 budget for the planning studies. We'll be holding an applicant webinar on September 3rd, for which you need to register. And you can do so at noaca.org/TLCI. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ed. Next, item number 6, presentation and discussion items. Move on to the second quarter, state fiscal year 2026 project planning reviews. And the item on there is the public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park, Cuyahoga State Route 291. The presenter is Ed May.
Thank you. Yes, this is for the project planning reviews for the second quarter, and no action is being requested here. This item is being presented to this advisory council for information and input. There's been no previous action regarding this item. The purpose of NOACA's project planning review is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals and to make sure the project is consistent with NOACA planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements with respect to eligibility and requirements placed on it by FHWA, FTA, and ODOT. The proposed project is being processed in accordance with the NOACA project planning review process. That involves 4 levels of review. Staff, the project has been reviewed by staff and is being presented to these advisory councils and will be presented to the subcommittees and the committees. We will also circulate it for intergovernmental review and consultation. And we will have it, it is posted on the website currently. This helps to illustrate our process whereby project planning review evaluates a proposed project in its early planning stages and assesses how it aligns with the plan. We use project planning review, that is the staff and committees, to evaluate projects and identify any issues or conditions to be addressed prior to amendment to the plan. The action taken at the project review stage of this process is acknowledgement that the project completed project planning review and has fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with NOACA planning requirements. This enables the project to be amended to the plan. Any conditions of approval, if there are any, have been addressed by the project sponsor and evidence of such is provided. Ultimately, the project will advance to the Transportation Improvement Program with resources committed for its implementation. We have one project review summary, and it covers public infrastructure improvements in the city of Brook Park. The project is included in the packet on pages 8 through 11 with some illustrations on pages 12 and 13. And I'll go through this briefly here. So here's the project. It is sponsored by the city of Brook Park. This project involves proposed modifications and improvements to roadway infrastructure in the city of Brook Park to support a development area site in the city of Brook Park, located about a half a mile east of Hopkins International Airport and directly west of the I-71 Snow Road interchange. Its estimated total cost is $82 million, for which $4.8 million is estimated for preliminary development, $6.5 million is estimated for detailed design, and about $550,000 is assigned to right-of-way, all of which would be locally funded. And then there is a $70.3 million construction phase for which the city is applying to the Transportation Review Advisory Council for funding. Within the project area is a 175-acre site that is a former Ford plant. That is the proposed location of a Cleveland Browns Dome Stadium and a multi-use development. The site is bounded by Snow Road, a combination of frontage roads from the southwest to the north, 5 Points Road, Engle Road, Henry Ford Boulevard, and the State Route 237 and the CSX Railroad. So the proposed improvements are broken down into what the city refers to as buildable units. And this illustration is also contained in your materials on page 12. So the transportation infrastructure buildable units are the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements, the I-71 southbound exit ramp improvements, Snow Road, Ring Road connector, realigning State Route 291, Engle Road, Ring Road improvements, and then a pedestrian facility and bridge is the last of the 6. So the next 6 slides are going to be each of these buildable units, and I'll elaborate on them. So the first slide here contains buildable unit number 1. It involves the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements. And according to the sponsor, it is expected that event traffic will lead to traffic congestion in the I-71 northbound direction, which could also impact airport traffic using Snow Road. So in order to mitigate the congestion, the sponsor is proposing an additional left turn lane be added to the I-71 northbound exit ramp to Snow Road, and that the widening be done on the west side of the existing ramp to avoid impacts to residential properties on the east side of the exit ramp. The sponsor also proposes minor modifications to the northbound Cloverleaf entrance ramp. That's encircling the number 1 there. And that is required to allow for the widening of the northbound exit ramp. The estimated cost provided by the sponsor of this buildable unit is $1.2 million. This next slide shows the buildable unit number 2. This involves the I-71 southbound exit ramp improvements, and this unit includes proposed improvements to the I-71 southbound exit ramp to Snow Road going westbound, a slip ramp from the I-71 southbound to Engle Road, with eliminating the northbound movement. Currently, the current ramp configuration allows for both north and south, but this proposal will eliminate the northbound. And then there will be a slip ramp from westbound Snow Road to Engle Road, southbound. And then the addition of a I-71 southbound exit ramp flyover bridge to Ring Road. And that bridge would be elevated and span Engle Road and the CSX Railroad. It'll be a 5-span curved steel plate girder bridge, approximately 600 feet in length, and carrying 2 lanes of I-71 southbound traffic to Ring Road. There'll also be approach embankments supported by mechanically stabilized earth walls at each end. The estimated cost of this unit is $21.8 million. This next slide shows number 3. This involves the Snow Road Ring Road connector. This unit would provide access for all Snow Road traffic to Engel Road, which currently does not exist. It includes a new intersection installed at the first span of the existing Snow Road Bridge, modifications to the existing Snow Road Bridge, which include elimination of the first 2 bridge spans, that's that middle image you're looking at there, in a new abutment, with a new abutment constructed east of Bent 2. Also retaining walls to support the north-south lanes of the Snow Road Ring Road intersection. 5 Points Road will be relocated by removing the one-way section along the site perimeter. The section south of Snow Road will have a cul-de-sac and a new intersection with Snow Road. This unit also includes roadway improvements to Snow Road. That's the lower picture from State Route 237 to the Snow Road Bridge. The estimated cost provided by the sponsor of this unit is $9.9 million. And then this next slide is buildable unit number 4, and this unit involves widening and realignment of approximately 1,300 feet of Engel Road. Moving from bottom to top there, this would be starting just south of Snow Road. It would continue under the Snow Road Bridge and the proposed I-71 southbound exit ramp flyover bridge and end at Ring Road there. The sponsor reports that alternative alignments are currently being evaluated to possibly avoid the need for permanent right-of-way acquisition. Also, the required number of lanes will be determined based on the results of the ongoing traffic study. The sponsor reports that a crash analysis along Engel Road within the project limits revealed 24 crashes over the 3-year period from 2022 to 2024. And that 16 of those crashes were of an angle or side swipe collision. So this pattern highlights a safety concern that the proposed realignment is seeking to address by eliminating the confusing configuration of one-way roadways in this area. The estimated cost of the buildable unit is $1.8 million. This next slide is for buildable unit number 5. This unit involves 5,300 feet of roadway improvements intended to create a ring around the stadium and development site, beginning about 2,200 feet south of Brook Park Road. This 5-lane section involves the reconstruction of Engel Road, State Route 291, and Henry Ford Boulevard, and includes pavement replacement along with curb and sidewalk on both sides of the roadway. South of Hummel Road, the roadway widens from 6 to 7 lanes and will intersect with the realigned Engel Road, the lanes from the Snow Road to Engel Road connector, and the new I-71 southbound flyover ramp. The portion of the roadway from this intersection to the connector is currently considered Ring Road during this design phase, and the sponsor reports that the number of lanes needed along the Ring Road will be confirmed through the traffic study that's currently underway. The estimated cost of the buildable unit provided by the sponsor is $14.6 million. This next slide shows buildable unit number 6, and this unit involves a pedestrian facility and bridge. According to the sponsor, it's anticipated that all off-site parking will be northeast of the project site, located primarily along Engel Road, West 164th Street, and Brook Park Road. So the sponsor proposes a pedestrian facility and bridge to provide safe access for pedestrians utilizing off-site parking. The location of the pedestrian bridge is being evaluated. The preferred option is represented with the light purple line there, and this would be constructing a pedestrian walkway from West 164th Street, running parallel to I-71 on the east side, south to Hummel Road, along the south side of Hummel Road with a pedestrian bridge over Engel Road to the development site. And the estimated cost of this buildable unit provided by the sponsor is $14.9 million. So the next several slides are going to contain comments that have been made by the staff based on the information we had received up to this point anyway. And the recommendations are comments which the staff advises the sponsor consider incorporating into the project design. These comments would, help NOACA, the sponsor, and ODOT so that they can refer to it during the design development. Anyway, here's the comments. With respect to this project, staff noted that off-site parking for the development is a question. The development is estimated to provide approximately 12,000 to 13,000 spaces on site. All off-site parking would be northeast of the project site along Engel, West 164th, and Brook Park Road, but it wasn't clear where the necessary off-site parking along these roadways would be located and available. So staff is recommending a detailed study on where these vehicles will park on event days and how many users are estimated to travel by transit or rideshare services in order to understand the impacts to the traffic in the surrounding area. Another recommendation shown here is a multi-jurisdictional approach is preferred to address development impacts on transportation infrastructure. Consideration should be given to a more inclusive project submission that reflects traffic impacts on other communities, particularly adjoining jurisdictions. Aside from referencing the proximity here of the GCRTA Brook Park Red Line Station, which is located roughly a mile walking distance from the proposed development, the project lacks a major transit component. So with the concern about available parking off-site, it would be beneficial to have dedicated transit serving the site. One option could be constructing a new Red Line rail station at the site to take visitors directly to and from the development. We understand this was a possibility or earlier renderings, I believe. A less costly but also less impactful option would be to have frequent shuttles bring transit visitors to and from the Brook Park Station. Both of these options would reduce congestion, encourage transit usage, and decrease the need for additional parking in surrounding areas, with the on-site rail station having the largest regional impact. Two more comments are here. These are recommendations as well. There's no information regarding accessibility features of the pedestrian facilities, particularly the bridge. In order to evaluate the full impact on the pedestrian site access, it's important to understand how accessibility will be addressed. It's recommended to provide more detail in this area. Also, a comprehensive traffic study needs to be completed. Staff are unable to provide a thorough analysis until review of the traffic impacts. This is a critical component to the project, and as there are many unanswered questions related to the interaction between the stadium, particularly on the event or game days, and the airport, which is the largest in Ohio. The materials provided did refer to traffic studies as currently underway and ongoing, and we understand that the traffic study would be completed soon, in mid-August originally, and I think that's been now September, I believe. I do want to point out that we did receive some information today that addresses some of these issues, and I believe representatives from the city will be touching on those, just to let you know that we have that new information. But in the meantime, let me go on to the information comments. Those are comments that we provide to the committees and board and help them assist in their understanding of the project and potential effect on the region. There are three information comments offered on this slide. One being the project is located within the Big Creek watershed and that aquatic life uses are impaired due to flow regime modifications, habitat alterations, organic enrichment, and urban stormwater pollutants. This watershed is also impaired for recreation contact due to E. coli. Second comment there just notes that while construction of the proposed project may cause temporary fluctuations in regional air quality, the project intends to limit traffic congestion, which should improve the overall air quality. And the third is that this project will simplify the roadway network at Snow Road, Angle Road, and 5 Points Road, making it easier to travel. The existing configuration can be confusing to navigate with many one-way segments and turnarounds. Also noting that the proposal does add signalized intersections and eliminates the one-way segments. This is expected to result in a more traditional roadway network and will likely result in a safer network for vehicular travel. And then these last two information comments offered on this slide involve the cost estimates, which are preliminary, and that noting that the opinion of probable cost is for all 6 buildable units, and the schedule for all buildable units is the same as well, to be constructed simultaneously between January of calendar year 2027 through May of calendar year 2029. That's what we understand at this point. And the proposed infrastructure improvements will require coordination with roadway and bridge projects that are planned for SFYs 2027 and 2028. So those are the comments that we have up to this point. Again, we have received some new information, and we do have representatives here from the city to answer any questions that you may have, but also to address some of these comments with more current information. So, but nonetheless, the staff will forward any comments from this council to the sponsor, and the project will be presented to the Transportation Subcommittee, the Planning and Programming Committee, the Executive Committee for additional review and comment. And pending board approval, the project sponsor would be notified that their project has completed project review, and NOACA staff would work with the project sponsor to address any planning issues that have been identified through this process. So I will now let you know that the mayor Brook Park is here, and I believe would like to address the advisory council.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. The chair recognizes the mayor of Brook Park.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Council, for giving us the opportunity to at least present our preliminary plan that we do have for you today. There are some comments and recommendations on page 10 that we would like to be able to address. But first, as we talk about all of the money, and you hear, over $80 million in this project, the one thing I'd like to clarify for the record is that over $11 million is for the design work that has been provided by the Haslam Sports Group. We are applying for, or have applied for, funding through the state for over $70 million for track funding as well on that. One of the very first bullet points does talk about the additional parking spots that will be needed. For those that are not familiar with the city of Brook Park Road, state route to our north border, has many industrial parkways on there. We look to amend our zoning laws to be able to change U5 and U7 zone areas to be able to include entertainment parking. Perfect example of that is we have a lot of industry in Brook Park. They may have a machine shop that Monday through Friday has their employees working and utilizing the parking lot, but on the weekends when we have larger events, those parking lots are empty. What we'd like to do is be able to provide to our business owners another ancillary way of making revenue, and we'll continue to work with our businesses in Brook Park to be able to provide a lot of that stuff. The other thing that the city is working on currently is investing a lot of money in traffic cameras. Last year alone, we had invested $600,000 in cameras. We will continue to do that every year. We'll be able to install cameras. We'd like to have a couple hundred cameras up. We'll have a command center. We're creating a traffic division. We believe with all of those proactive roles in the community will be able to control the traffic in and out. Furthermore, our city engineer and our public works director are working on a plan to upgrade, widen sidewalks along Brook Park Road, along Angle Road, because what we're focused on is being able to correct the operational challenges that the Cleveland Browns and that fan experience has today. One of the main reasons for the Cleveland Browns leaving their current space right now in the future is because the operational concerns that they do have for that fan experience and getting people in and out of that area. At this time, I will open it up for any questions that people may have for me. If there is no questions for me, the rest of the bullet points for our recommendations and comments from NOACA can be addressed from Osborne Engineering. And today we have Dennis with us for that.
Thank you, Mayor. The chair recognizes Dennis Albrecht with Osborne.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor Orcutt. As the mayor mentioned, this project is moving quickly, and the information that we submitted initially, that the city of Brook Park initially submitted to NOACA has revised. It's continuing to evolve. There's a lot of work happening every day by many consultants. And so the information we're bringing you today, these bullet points, is try to give you an update so you can see how the project is just continually progressing. It's just quick. It evolves. So every time we come back to another meeting, we'll be able to provide you new updates. And as the mayor said, all the design costs are being fronted by the Haslam Sports Group. So that $11 million is already invested by the Haslam Sports Group. The overarching goal of this project, though, is to improve the safety and access to the site. As Ed May's commentary stated, the design is greatly simplifying access to the development site. In addition to that, we're taking a very proactive approach to improving what we foresee as potential safety issues. So if we look at these recommendations, I can walk you through it kind of bullet point at a time without trying to repeat too much of what the mayor said already. There are 12,000 parking spaces on the development site. And we anticipate that there's adequate parking off-site to fix any deficit between the total need and that 12,000 that's already available. And as the mayor said, Brook Park is actively working on amending their zoning laws to allow for entertainment parking all throughout the area. The project has been working closely with the RTA, and we appreciate Mr. Shipper's involvement all along and their comments. And just last week, we presented conceptual design plans to them. And I will try to scroll down and jump ahead to that. So these are conceptual plans, hot off the press, to show you what we're working on with the RTA. Toward the top of your screen there, you see the dark blue on each side of a platform. Those are 3-car transit trains alongside a new platform that we're proposing. This is adjacent to their existing Brook Park maintenance facility. So these tracks already exist. We will have to do some realignment to fit a platform in the middle. Coming south off that platform, you see the orangish color, and that's where an ADA ramp, accessible ramp, takes the passengers up to the pedestrian bridge, and that pedestrian bridge then comes north or southeast across the RTA and CSX tracks and lands on the development site. That's another view of that, also showing the promenade that may lead from the touchdown point on the development site to the brand new stadium. Just to zoom in here on the platform, showing 3 cars. It'll be developed so it's long enough to handle 3-car trains. Again, zoom in on the promenade. This is 3 different options that we're looking at for how to touch down on the development site. The top option just shows that people will be able to make their way down by either using an elevator or staircase. That's in the orange. The blue option just shows an ADA accessible ramp running out the length of need. And the green option shows another ADA accessible ramp, which has a lot of switchbacks to minimize the footprint. This is just an example of what, flying in that prefabricated bridge might look like. Looking at this as an example, the left side would be on the RTA property in between the tracks. Bridge would then take people over to the right side, which would land on the development site. Just some examples of structures that are used similarly. And here's the first conceptual rendering of the new bridge to access the site. Again, this shows just the elevator core with a staircase. Just a quick look out the end toward the new stadium. And here's an aerial view above the ramp that loops back into the airport from 237 southbound. So unless you're flying in a drone, you probably won't get this perspective, but another view of that over State Route 237. Here it is over the tracks, and you can see on the right side the ADA accessible ramp going up to the pedestrian bridge across RTA and CSX tracks. And just another perspective there. So I'll jump back up into the questions that we received from NOACA. Again, I do appreciate all of RTA's involvement to date. It's been very collaborative. We're very early in the process, and we'll continue to work through them through the design process. It's important to note that the transit station is not part of this funding package. It's kind of new to the game, and so we'll be seeking other funding mechanisms, potentially something along the line of a small starts grant from the FTA, but that's yet to be determined. Down toward the bottom of the page, the blue bullets down there answer the question about pedestrian access, and all access to the pedestrian bridge will be via fully ADA compliant ramps. As the mayor mentioned, putting new sidewalks along both sides of Angle Road. And the pedestrian path is being planned from the areas where we believe off-site parking would be available up in the northeast area of West 164th and Hummel, and all the way up to Brook Park Road. Those pedestrians would then make their way across Hummel and under the existing I-71 overpass. Also, an improved pedestrian crossing is going to be incorporated into Brook Park's 2028 Brook Park Road resurfacing project. That would be an enhanced pedestrian crossing, probably using something like the ladder style, high visibility ladder style crosswalks, countdown pedestrian timers. We're even going to look at whether or not we have a protected pedestrian phase there. If I move then to the second page of those comments, the comment noted that a comprehensive traffic study needs to be complete. We absolutely agree. And we just submitted certified traffic to ODOT and NOACA on July 31st. And then the interchange modification study was submitted just this week on August 11th to both ODOT and NOACA. And we are working currently on developing the feasibility study and having that complete by mid-September. It's important to note that feasibility study will address the entire study area that was scoped out by ODOT. Both District 12 and Central Office spoke with us and helped us develop the study area. And so that will reach surrounding communities also. It reaches north of Brook Park Road, south of Bagley Road. And so we're able to assure that we're looking at that with this study, we're looking at how to access those adjacent communities also. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions anyone has on the project.
Chair recognizes Brian Blaney.
I just want to add, Dennis mentioned that we work with them on the study area limits. you know, ODOT participated in 2 previous meetings with stakeholder group too that involved some of the Brook Park's neighbors and Cuyahoga County officials. And their input too was used to develop what the study area footprint was going to look like for the feasibility study. I know there's a lot of interest in what it's going to look like for major events, game days, and a lot of concern about how it's going to potentially affect access to the airport during major events at the stadium, but also at major events at the airport too, the high travel times of the year. So I want to just state for the record for other council members that that's going to be looked at as part of the feasibility study.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Michael?
Sure. Yeah, I'll have a couple comments. Mike Shipper, RTA. I did have before the presentation, for the NOACA staff, I do have a comment on the recommendation the second bullet. It's been our position in working with the HASM group that really that pedestrian connection from the Brook Park station to the football site needs to be included in the recommendation. That pedestrian experience of getting from the Brook Park station to that northeast corner where I guess that number 5 is on the Engle Loop Road. You know, a shuttle is just going to be jammed up in the traffic with all the cars. This is not a practical recommendation, but those sidewalks are terrible. The sidewalks on Engle are totally inadequate for this. The sidewalks on Brook Park are totally inadequate, and they should be included in this. And it should be included in the staff recommendation to make that pedestrian connection to the Brook Park station to the site. So that's a comment I have on the recommendations. In terms of the presentation, yes, we have had discussions regarding a station as described, but we are been very, very, very clear. There is not one dime of RTA money going to whatever that rendering is. Right, Dennis?
Yep.
Okay.
Right. Hopefully I didn't allude to anything different than that.
Well, I don't want it inferred that we are going to pay for the station or pay anything towards it. Our official position at RTA is that the distance from the Brook Park station to the football site is 3,000 feet, and it is comparable to the walking distance from Tower City to the existing stadium from a distance standpoint. And that's been our official position. You know, if someone wants to explore something else and we're not paying anything for it, you know, we are collaborating in that. But it is not going to be an RTA project, and we're not putting any money in it. So we want to be clear. I'm kind of surprised to see this being presented today, but we will want to clarify that.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, sorry if I might have alluded to anything different, Mr. Shipper, but we are planning to pursue additional funding, and that's where I said potentially something like small starts grant from the FTA. Yep.
Thanks. Jacob?
You may have to find a different grant source. It's not eligible for that.
I just wanted to highlight, I understand the focus here, focusing on the experience on game days and event days, but I also want the folks designing these projects to be thinking about what's the experience for everyday residents in Brook Park that live around this stadium, that may need to walk or bike or even drive, and ensuring that whatever we do to accommodate, 30,000 fans coming in for 9 to 10 or 11 or 12 events a year, that we're not forgetting that experience for the residents that live there around this stadium as well. And I think that includes things, and I heard mentioned, doing a sidewalk inventory and making sure that they're wide enough and in place. But I also think, crossing a 7-lane snow road isn't a good experience. So incorporating pedestrian refuge islands any sort of other traffic calming that could be implemented during non-game day events. Thinking about those types of things as well.
Thank you, Jacob. Is there anyone else with a comment or question? All right. Hearing nothing, we'll move on to the next item, and thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
The next item is the NOACA Household Travel Survey Analysis for Modeling and Planning. So I'd like to call, the chair recognizes Hinal.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present NOACA Household Trial Survey Analysis for Modeling and Planning. There's no action is requested, and this item is for information and discussion. For the previous action, the consultant presented the survey result to the committees and the board during the meeting held on June 13th. So the analyzed household travel survey results will be used in updating the socioeconomic parameters in the NOACA travel forecasting model, also to use at the model's calibration and validation step, and to assist with other planning activities. This helps ensure our model and planning efforts reflect the current travel behavior. Little background of the survey. So this was a sample survey, and a total of 8,109 household surveys were validated and retrieved, which represents approximately 934,000 households across the region, which includes the portions of Summit and Portage counties. And out of these, about 888,000 households are located within the NOACA region. For the total population, it's roughly 2.12 million people, including the portions of Summit and Portage counties, with approximately 2.02 million people residing within the NOACA region. This table provides a county-wise breakdown of households, survey responses, and survey retrieval rates by county. The survey closely matches the household distribution, showing a balanced sample. For example, Cuyahoga County, having the largest number of households, also contributed the majority of the survey. Overall, this percentages shows that the survey results were fairly represented and within the households across the NOACA region. Some key demographics. This chart compares the household size distribution between 2023 American Community Survey and our household travel survey. As shown, these percentages for all the household sizes are nearly identical. For both 1% and 2% households make up the largest share in both the data sets, and the average household size is 2.2 people. This is the vehicle ownership. So this chart compares the vehicle ownership between both the data sets. The household with 1 or 2 vehicles make up the majority in both the data sets. For example, 1 vehicle households make up 36 in ACS and 38 in the survey, while 2 vehicle households are 37 in ACS and 39 in survey. And the average number of vehicles per household is 1.9. This is the household workers. So this chart compares the number of workers per household in ACS and the survey data. The distributions are very close. For example, 1 worker households are 38% in both the data sets, and 0 worker households are 30% in both the data sets. And the average number of workers per household is 1.1. Few key travel behavior characteristics. Here we are comparing the trip rates from 2 sources, which is the Household Travel Survey and 2024 NOACA Travel Forecasting Model. The Household Travel Survey shows that on an average, each household makes about 6.82 trips, while the forecasting model estimates this slightly lower at 6.55 trips per household. When looking at the trips per person, the survey data shows 3.19 trips, while the model predicts 2.89. We are going to adjust the model parameters values based on the survey results. This slide presents the distribution of daily trips across the different times of the day. And for 6 to 9 a.m., 16% of the trips are mostly the morning commutes, but lower share due to the flexible or remote work. For 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., it's 37%, includes the midday movements for errands, appointments, or the part-time work. For 3 to 7 p.m., it's 34%, which is the busy period with school pickups, return to commute from work, and evening outings like shopping or dining. From 7 p.m. to 3 a.m., it's 12%, and this is often due to social events, late shift workers, or leisure activities. Last is 3 to 6 a.m., which is 1.4%. Very few trips includes mainly early workers, long-distance travelers, or airport runs. This chart illustrates the mode of transport used for daily trips for all the purposes. And we can see that 67.9% uses a car as the driver, which is the most common mode. 22.4% uses the share rides with 2 people. Public transit is very low, around 3.4%. Walking and biking together make up about 5.2%, and other modes are minimal. This chart displays the different means of transportation people use to commute to work. The green bar represents the average values calculated from the survey and the ACS data. The calculated averages will be used as an input for model calibration to ensure the forecasting model accurately reflects the observed commuting behavior. Little note that the telecommuting is not included in this commute mode percentages. Looking at the chart, the drive alone is the dominant commuting mode, averaging about 72%, showing the strong dependence on personal vehicles. Shared rides for 2 or more people make up a smaller share, around 6.5%, indicating some use of carpooling to reduce traffic. Walking and biking together account for a modest portion, roughly 3%, reflecting the limited but important active transportation options. And the public transit represent a small share, about 1.5%. Telecommuting trips, so the telecommuting percentage for the survey is 18.9, and the ACS data is 13.3. The average of these two values is 16%, which will be used as the input value to the model as shown in the orange. The current telecommute percentage in the model is 16% as well, which means the survey data closely matches what the model is using currently. Next, we analyze the trips by dividing them into 2 categories, which is home-based and non-home-based. For home-based, that means the trips that starts and ends at home. So this includes both initial trip from home and return trip back home. These trips are grouped into 4 main types, which is work, shopping, social and recreational. That includes entertainment, dining out, etc. And the 4th category is others, which covers trips like school, volunteer work, healthcare visits, etc. This chart shows the distribution of home-based trips by purpose. And the largest category is home-based others at 28.1%. That indicates that the trips such as school, volunteer, banking, etc. make up the biggest share. Work-related home-based trips account for 15.5% of the total, and shopping trips are close behind at the 13.9%, showing a significant portion of travel for shopping needs. And the social and recreational trips make up 10.2%. Next is non-home-based trips, which neither starts nor ends at home. These trips are divided into 2 types, which is non-home-based work and non-home-based others. The work category includes the trips that starts and ends at work, which is going from office to a meeting and coming back to work. And the other category covers the trips between various non-home locations, which includes the activities like banking, visiting friends, entertainment, and many more. This chart shows the breakdown of non-home-based trips into 2 categories, and the non-home-based work trips account for 6.7%, and non-home-based other trips make up the largest share, which is 25.7%, covering a wide range of activities between 2 non-home locations. Together, the home-based and non-home-based trips make up 100%. Our survey received the funding of over 1.75 million from couple sources. And the next step is that the survey results will support the calibration and validation of NOACA travel forecasting model, as well as the other various planning efforts that we do here at NOACA. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you, Hanal.
Thank you everyone for your time.
The next item on the agenda is the community safety reports and county prioritizations by Kessa Turnbull.
Good afternoon. I'm here to present an overview on how the recently released community safety reports were developed and present one of the most important items which come from them, which are the by-county prioritizations. There was no previous action, though the reports were mentioned briefly when we came to you about our new Transportation for Safer Communities initiative. The community safety reports employ a systemic safety approach, which means we manage risk across the entire roadway system rather than focusing on specific locations. We use this approach because using observed crashes alone is insufficient because they vary over time and naturally regress to the mean. This is a very fancy term, meaning that high crash sites naturally become lower and low crash sites naturally become higher over time, and it leads to overestimating the effects of crash modification factors. Using systemic safety focuses on reducing the potential for crashes, regardless of whether a site has a history of crashes or not. Doing this is particularly beneficial for our rural communities, as it allows us to focus on the types of crashes that we know are occurring on specific types of roads without needing a history to justify it. For instance, a type of particularly common crash is when you have a T intersection where a road ends at another road instead of continuing to become a four-way intersection. We know a lot of people try to continue driving straight, regardless whether there's a building there or they're entering into a park or whatever else. And so better signage around those locations, regardless of whether they have a crash history or not, can help save lives. The reports begin with background information and definitions for both the community, including its history and location, and the processes, such as segments and intersection configurations. This round, I expanded the reports to include graphical representations of the different segment types, along with real-world examples. In the next update, I'll make the same addition for the intersection types. The reports only analyze arterials and intersections consisting of two arterials within a community, because while arterials make up only 8% of Ohio's road network, they're responsible for 52% of fatalities and serious injuries to vulnerable road users, such as pedestrians and bicyclists. I began by collecting roadway attributes for the 925 segments and 512 intersections that comprise our region. Then it was a matter of applying the Highway Safety Manual equations to estimate the expected average crash frequency per segment and intersection. After that, we underwent a calibration process using observed crash data and vehicle miles traveled to determine the predicted annual average crash frequency. After prioritizing them by community, we took the highest segment from each community and identified an appropriate proven safety countermeasure. We then applied the crash reduction factors, adjusted for inflated infrastructure costs, and savings from crash reductions to determine the final cost-benefit ratio. The roadway characteristics for segments were length, number of driveways, which was estimated from Google Earth in 2022 and left the same this year, the segment configuration, which I went through and checked for every segment, and the average daily traffic, which was derived from the NOACA travel forecast model. For the top segment in every community, I also obtained the number of lanes, which comes from the segment configuration, the function class, which was almost always a principal arterial other, but sometimes a minor arterial, particularly in the smaller villages, and the speed, which I obtained from Google Street View of speed limit signs. For intersections, the ADT was derived from the 2024 model scenario for both major and minor roads, and the designations were updated based on the road with the greater ADT that year. For these reports, pedestrian activity was designated as low for all intersections. However, I hope to integrate our pedestrian count program before the next update and begin utilizing that factor as well. In accordance with the Safe System principles, we have chosen to focus solely on fatalities and serious injuries in this edition of the reports, rather than reporting on all crashes as we did previously. Calibration factors were developed for each county by sorting arterial vehicle miles traveled into ranges, dividing the recorded crashes by predicted crash frequency to get a calibration ratio, and then selecting the median ratio for each range. Tables 6 through 9 display the calibrated and aggregated values of motorized and non-motorized collisions, as well as the total value of vehicle-bicycle and vehicle-pedestrian collisions for segments and intersections. Part 4 ranks the segments and intersections by total average annual expected crashes and maps the top 5 or 10 in larger cities such as Solon. And Part 4 is the one that I would recommend everyone check out for their community, although I certainly hope all of you are interested in the reports on a larger scale. But this is the part that I recommend even just to the general public because it tells them where to be extra cautious in their communities. For cities that have at-grade railroad crossings, we also rank them by the most hazardous for both motorized and non-motorized users, as you can see in this Solon example. Finally, we come to the cost-benefit analysis. I already showed you some of the results from this section as part of the funding presentation, so this time we'll focus on the parts that I didn't talk about last quarter. Each community has either a motorized or non-motorized countermeasure recommended to the segment with the highest expected crashes. They are provided with costs for the equipment, a crash reduction figure, savings resulting from crash reductions, and the ratio itself, along with a qualitative descriptor for the ratio. The reports also include a summary by countermeasure of the ratios found and the variation in savings. Motorized countermeasures generally had higher ratios due to the drastically higher rates of usage, but many of the non-motorized countermeasures showed positive returns. And this is one of the pages that I think is most useful in the entire set of reports. And I am hoping that as we implement our new funding program, perhaps we can be collecting data on how these are actually performing within our communities and be building this database out for everyone to be able to reference it. Finally, there's a graphical representation of all the ratios in the region sorted into their qualitative range. Not going to go into them, but I also want to mention that there are 4 appendices, and Appendix D in particular just has some really awesome pictures that are educational, which is my favorite. Moving on to the county prioritizations, the reason it was important to separate these out is because there's a natural bias towards our more urban communities with their higher rates of vehicle miles traveled. And so we wanted to be sure that our outer counties weren't left out of the rankings in any way. So for instance, in Geauga County, you can see that their top segments are all state and national routes ranging from 1.5 to 8.5 predicted crashes per year. For intersections, it's all in their downtown, and it's ranging a much narrower range from about 3.2 to 4.4 average expected crashes per year. In Medina County, you can see that their top segment is State Route 303, and that it has actually one of the top regional ranks as well. For the Medina County intersections, you can see that West 130th Street and State Route 303 in Brunswick is the top one, whereas US 42 and State Route 18 is the second one. For the Lorraine County segments, we are looking at particularly at segments in North Ridgeville and Sheffield, like Center Ridge Road and State Route 10 and Colorado Avenue. And we are ranging from 31.5 average expected crashes up to an impressive high of 77.1. And these top 2 segments are in the top 10 in the region. The intersections, we are looking primarily at this Colorado Ave and where it connects with both Chester Road and Abbey Road, and we are looking at 34.9 and 25.4 average expected crashes, and we're looking at regional ranks of 2 and 10. Moving on to Lake County segments, you can see that Psalm Center Road is the top one with 83 expected average crashes per year in Willoughby, but Mentor and Wickliffe also have a fair number of segments. For Lake County intersections, we have the State Route 306 and 84 is the top one in Mentor with 30.4 average expected crashes per year, but actually their top 3 intersections all rank in the top 10 regionally. For Cuyahoga County, our top segments are in Cleveland, Middleburg Heights, and Palmer, ranging from 56 to 84 average expected crashes per year. And you can see that the top, 7 segments all appear in the top 10 of the region. For Cuyahoga intersections, we are looking at Cleveland and Beechwood, and you can see that the top 5 segments are all in the top 10 of the region. Now you see why it was really important to give the other counties a chance. And then even within Cuyahoga, we have quite a difference in mileage. And so we also looked at Cuyahoga County excluding Cleveland, which shows that while Middleburg Heights and Palmer are still major cities, Palmer Heights, Lyndhurst, Euclid, and Beechwood all get brought into our list of top segments with a range from 51 to 71 average expected crashes per year. And for Cuyahoga, excluding Cleveland intersections, we can see that that Beechwood intersection is number 4 in the region. And then we also have Mayfield Heights, Brook Park, Palmer, Berea, Cleveland Heights, and Lyndhurst all in the top 10. And then looking at the Cleveland intersections, we can see that the Superior Avenue from 55th to 125th is the top ranked segment in both Cleveland and the entire region. And then we also have Carnegie and West 150th ranking in the top 10. And for Cleveland intersections, our top intersection is State Road and Brook Park Road with 38.9 average expected crashes per year. I know that that was a lot of tables that honestly, I at least think are legitimately interesting. We are trying to get them up on our website within next month or 2, hopefully sooner. And hopefully we can send you guys out an email of some sort and let you know when that's been done. There are no financial impacts, but we will continue presenting these reports to increase awareness among more communities. And since these really did have quite a lot of high-level analysis put into them, and so we want them to be useful for actually getting tools built. And then we will also be submitting these county prioritizations to the Federal Highway Administration for use in their safe roads analysis. Are there any questions? Or I can go back and show you any tables you want to see.
Lawrence Hall.
Cassie, you mentioned the funding program that we've been talking about. I'm just curious where that stands.
Ali, I'm going to let you take that one.
Well, we have the discussion with the policy committee. And after that, we had some comments from policy members because they asked us to, give them the policy statement and they look at it. And they have responded. We have got, I think next week, internal meeting to update that and present it to the executive committee and then goes to, if everything goes okay, to board.
Thanks. Brian Blaney.
God, I have a question and a statement, and I'll start with a question for Kessa. How many years of crash data were used in the crash reports?
For this one, we only used 22 and 23 because we were still getting out of COVID. Next round of reports is going to be 4 years. So we are trying to build it back out to a 5-year average.
All right, thank you. The statement I'd like to make is that I believe these sites are the NOACA ranking on the community safety reports can be used by a local agency to submit for ODOT safety funding. And I know Scott and I both encourage the communities in both District 3 and District 12 to take advantage of that. And the person to coordinate with in District 3 is Julie Julie Ticello, and in District 12, it's Jim Kushner. So just want to mention that. Thanks.
I didn't know that actually myself, and I'm really glad to hear it.
Yeah.
So thank you for that comment.
Thank you. Yep, and you can see where the NOACA rankings compared to the statewide rankings also, because those just came out. And I think that's the last 3 years of data. I think it was 22 to, it was 520, so it would have been 20 through 2024. Would have been what the last 5 years of ODOT ranking, what the most recent state highway safety improvement program that ODOT just released. All right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you for your time.
Kessa. And next up is the Lorraine East 28th Corridor TLCI study update, which will be provided by Dr. Makarachi.
Good afternoon, and this is one of the TLCIs we do in-house, and no action is requested. This item is for information and discussion only. The TLCI's projects planning studies usually have got these the goals: improving traffic safety, improving livability, and encourage redevelopment of the vacant sites. And then all this comes to economic, social, and cultural growth. While we were doing this, working on this project, we received notes from the FHW regarding the complete street. And then we encouraged to work on this corridor and considering the complete street condition. The project study area is 28 East 28th Street in the city of Lorraine, and in the 2.3 miles, then starting from Broadway to Grove Avenue. And usually we consider the half a mile buffer. So as you see, the study area has been highlighted. Project has got 4 phases. Phase 1 is data collections and existing condition analysis. Phase 2, we usually analyze and alternatives development. Then third is refinements and recommendation. And phase 4 is implementation strategy and documentation. Phase 1, we have started a few months ago, and this phase is basically I'm reporting now is completed, and we had the public meetings and stakeholder meetings for this phase. Usually we do and collect the crash data, pavement in this corridor. As you see on the left-hand side is a crash data, and the right-hand side is the pavement condition. Is based on the pavement committee reports, the last one. We are going to update it this year, but this is from 2023. Then this shows the transit network on the left-hand side, the Lorraine County transit lines and services. Then the blue one on the left-hand side is a Cuyahoga and the connection to the regional transit network. Then on the right-hand side, actually the transit lines going to the study area. We look at the condition and quality of the non-motorized in this corridor. For the non-motorized modes of travel in this corridor, like sidewalk, crossing, and a couple of pictures like this, it shows what we have collected. And then crash data for this area from 2019 to 2023 shows over 1,000 total crashes. And unfortunately, 5 fatalities in 5 years, 34 serious injuries, and 153 minor injuries. Pedestrian crashes again is a 17 in that 2019 to 2023. 1 fatalities, 4 serious injuries, and 6 minor and 6 possible injuries. So looking at is very important to look at the crash data and the lighting, and this is one of the factors in any crashes. So that shows, on the dark, whether it's a dark or, light, and it goes to categorize, we identify all this. Then we look at the vacant land, and in general, The study area is about 3 square miles, over 3 square miles. Parcels 2.4 or 2.5 square miles, which is 80% of the study area. And the vacant parcel is 12% of the all parcels and 9.6% of the study area. We have looked at the other studies in the study area in the city of Lorraine. So like Lorraine Active Transportation Plan, Lorraine County Community Health Assessment, and Southside Gateway Community Plan, and Lorraine County Transit. These are for the future, but when we develop the alternative, we have to consider these, the local plans. Phase 2, analysis and alternatives development, which we have already, as I mentioned, started. And just to show this as a, congestion, as you see, all the roads are dark line. That means there's no congestion. The legend on the maps shows this is the AM and PM. Legend on the map shows if it's a dark means less than basically level of service A, B, C, and not D, E, F. So apart from 1 or 2 on the PM on the very corner, left corner down on the orange and yellow, we see that apart from that, the rest are no congestion. We look at more details and you see here AM and PM in terms of the number of vehicular traffic. And that shows whether there's how more than 1,000 or more than 100, actually 150. Then we look at this is another slide showing the number of the vehicular in the PM peak. That was AM, this is PM. Then we look at the true traffic, see how much is true traffic is going through this study area and East 28th streets. When we say true traffic means origin or destinations are not in this area. And you can see in the AM, there are some people that the line is darker on the when you come because this area is closer to the border of the region. And on the PM, the darker line comes from downtown. The rest are origin destination are not in the area. And then the percentages depends on the AM or PM is 25% to 30%. We will continue updating this council as project progresses, all the phases. And any question, any comment?
Thank you, Dr. Makarachi. All right, that is all of the presentation and discussion items. Now moving on to reports and updates. Are there any reports or updates? Seeing none, I'm moving on to number 8. Is there any old business? All right. Is there any new business? All right, hearing none. Can I have a motion to adjourn? All right, Lawrence Hall. Second? Jacob? All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Sorry about that. The next meeting is Friday, November 21st, from 1 to 2:30 here at NOACA.